becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we've got.
Now, Kaz, I can't bring the party to your house right now. Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
A very good morning to you. It's Today 95.1 FM, today's quest. It's good to be here. Monday morning, back to work. Well, that depends on the kind of work that you have to do. But traditionally, a lot of persons work weekdays, that is Mondays through to Fridays. So we're back to work today. The attitude you take to the office is very important. The attitude you carry this week is equally very important. So position yourself to win. It's important how you position yourself again. You have to position yourself to win. And it begins with, optimism is one thing, but there's a winning mindset. Not everything thrown at you is intended to pull you down or because you are hated by someone. Some of those things could just be to challenge you, to steer you in a certain direction, so that you can be better. Because we all want to be better in terms of productivity. Really, it's what you bring to the table. It's not the way you're dressed or the way you smile. It's really what you bring to the table. So if the gloom and the sad face is not resulting to productivity, then there's a problem there. So carry a winning mindset. Carry a winning disposition. It's a Monday. And it doesn't mean you have to do it only on a Monday. You could do it on a Tuesday, continue on a Wednesday, be that way till Friday, and even be that way Saturday and Sunday. Like, it should be who you are, so people know you for that. All right? Because we all want to win. And I really hope that everybody will win. It's like the news now breaking. The biggest story in Nigeria today is not a political story. It's a cook, a chef, that has broken the record. It's been broken. For those of you that's been following Hilda's ordeal, that's great feat. She has broken it now. I heard it's over 96 hours. Cooking straight. Wow. In Lagos. It turned to a feast, a carnival at some point. But that's a winning spirit. Welcome, everyone. I am Kelly Ikemenjima, host on the show. We'll do this, continue on because we started since 6 a.m. We'll continue till noon. We'll look at the newspaper segment. That's where we are, really. So we'll be here from now till, give and take, noon. We'll look at different stories from the dailies, and our panelists in the studio would have a bite at them. They would have a bite at them. I'll make sure that the bite is not easy for them to chew on. I'll try my best in that regard. But one more time, welcome everyone to today's Quest, continuing conversations. May 15, 2023, time check in our studios, 11 minutes past the hour of 8. Welcome one more time. All right, so just to remind you, we'll look at the papers in general right between now and 9 a.m. 9 to 10 would narrow in on a few national stories on opinion poll. And then between 10 and 11, we'll look at some stories with some direct local interest. All right? And then we'll open the phone lines from 11. That doesn't stop you from sending in your messages. Facebook, WhatsApp, SMS, all of that available. So you could send your messages in, and then we'll take the messages as we go. All right? We'll take the messages as we go. All right? The number to send messages, 0701-9339-962. Again, 0701-9339-962. All right? So WhatsApp, SMS, feel free. Use that line. Send it across to us. You should have a look at the post already on Facebook. All right? There you could see the stories and just tap so you can read for yourself, which is important. Tap so you can read for yourself what exactly the story is about. Okay? So I'm just going to do a quick race, very quick race through the stories, all of them. And then when we come back, we'll now look at some of the stories in particular with our panelists in the studio to have a better appreciation and insight into some of those stories. All right? So stay with us. Let's begin our journey. 12 minutes now past the hour of 8. Let's begin today's Quest newspaper review segment. All right, so let's begin with the Daily Post first this morning. Daily Post, 10th Senate Presidency. Katsina's senators-elect back Akpabio and Baru. Senators elect of Katsina State on Sunday threw their weight behind the All Progressives Congress endorsement of Godswill Akpabio and Jibrin Baru as Senate President and Deputy Senate President, respectively, of the 10th National Assembly. Lawmakers elected the decision on Sunday, May 14, 2023 at Katsina's Governor's Lodge, Asokoro, Abuja. The meeting was held at the instance of the Katsina State Governor, Aminu Masari, who also backed the party's decision amid confusion and rejection that has trailed the endorsement of the two ranking senators. Okay, blasphemy. Police spokesperson Adejobi denies release of Deborah's killers. A story we looked at yesterday in part, development in that regard. So let's just look at it again. The Force Public Relations Officer of the Nigeria Police, CSP, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, has denied the release of the suspected murderers of Shehu Shagari College of Education student Deborah Samuel. Daily Post recalls that a 2-year home economics student of Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto, was set ablaze May 12, 2022 by Islamic extremists over alleged blasphemy against Prophet Muhammad. Reacting to his Twitter handle, Adejobi had said the arrested suspects are currently being held in a correctional center. He says they are in custody, correctional center, under prosecution. The PPRO Sokoto will address you. The PRO Sokoto should come up with an update immediately, but I think some of you here should learn how to read news about incidences. Right, Daily Post brought us that story. Vanguard, this one is, when I saw it, I'm like, really? Electricity. NRC gives Discos power disconnect debtors after 12 days. This is it. NRC gives Discos the power to disconnect debtors after 12 days. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has given electricity distribution companies, Discos, the power to disconnect customers who fail, to pay electricity bills after 12 working days. The NRC, in its Customer Protection Regulations 2023, released at the weekend, says Discos cannot bill a customer for periods in which the customer is disconnected. It stated that Discos must give a notice of disconnection to customers, stating the date, time, and reason for disconnection. According to the Commission, the following conditions must be fulfilled before distribution companies can exercise their rights to disconnect customers for failure to pay their bills by the specified payment date. We'll look at this in detail in a moment, so let's move on from here. Look at some more stories from the Vanguard this morning. Boko Haram bombing of UN House, police headquarters, demoralized Nigerians. Buratai, former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tuka Buratai, at the weekend had said before his appointment as Chief of Army Staff, Nigerians were already feeling a sense of defeat psychologically by Boko Haram terrorists because of their powerful propaganda machinery that had demoralized Nigerians. He spoke at the unveiling of 3 books authored by Malam Jubrin Ndase, a veteran defense correspondent in Abuja. Well, Buratai says with the bombings of the United Nations House, the bombing of the police headquarters, bombing of the motor park, bombing of Abacha barracks, the market, and the propaganda, Nigerians became afraid and began to feel a sense of defeat psychologically. Well, let's move on. Well, look at that. This is just to bring you some of the major stories we're looking at this morning. Refurbished gas cylinders, next bomb waiting to explode. Nigerians have been given to improvisation since the turn of inflation and economic crisis. Now, most of the improvisations have saved them money and helped keep heads above water. However, the new way of boycotting high cost of cooking gas cylinders may cost lives than it can save money. Economy and Lifestyle discovered that the cost of gas cylinders has risen to as high as some of the figures. I want us to look at the figures. Buying the cylinder is one thing, filling them is even another thing. From the Vanguard here, a 3 kg gas cylinder now costs 14,000, whereas 10,650 is what it costs to buy. Okay, 19,000 for a cylinder. 12.5 kilograms costs 19,000. To fill them, the different price ranges are here from place to place. 3 kg, 2,600, 10,650 for 12.5 kg. I think I bought cheaper a few days ago for 12.5 kg. So it means that the average home with a worn-out 5 kg will need 20,250 to buy a new one and fill it, which is hard to come by. Well, explaining the danger in using refurbished cylinders, the Chief Executive Officer, FKT Cooking Gas and General Goods, Mr. Benjamin Hope, puts it this way: a brand new cylinder can explode if the locks are not well keyed after using after using if the cylinder filled with gas was moved from one place to another. Another talks about the effect of rusted cylinders and how that could equally be a danger. All right, so let's move on. Troops uncover ISWAP underground armory in Sambisa forest with the rider recover cache of arms and ammunition. Troops of the 21 Armored Brigade Operation Hadikai recovered a large cache of arms and ammunition from the Islamic State of the West African province ISWAP insurgents in Sambisa forest, Borno State. It was gathered that the troops discovered the massive armory with arms and ammunition when they invaded the Inkuba camp in the fringes of Bama local government area as part of ongoing counter-terrorist operation Desert Sanity 2 on May 13, 2023. Now, according to a source, the recovery came after the troops raided the same camp and recovered 6 anti-aircraft guns, 4 AK-47 rifles, several IEDs, making materials, a cache of magazines, and a Hilux vehicle mounted with an anti-aircraft gun. All right, so let's move on. That's a story from the Vanguard. Like I said, just tap on Facebook, tap. You can get details for yourself. Reconciliation. I have no running battle with Tinubu. Bode George is speaking. Following his prolonged foster relationship with the president-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, former deputy national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Chief Olabode George, at the weekend said he bears no grudge against the former Lagos State governor. Over the years, George has been a major critic of president-elect and has threatened to go on exile if Tinubu becomes Nigeria's president. But some elders in Lagos at the weekend met with the PDP leader, urging him to support and collaborate with Tinubu as he assumes office come May 29. Well, Bode George responding after that long drawn-out meeting. It says, let me take quote here. Let me say there is no political differences. Justice, the lead, is like a father. We respect our fathers in Lagos. When I got an invitation from Papa Olusi that he wanted to come and see me, and the first time I told my friend who delivered the message that I should go and visit him and not the other way round. But Papa Olusi said he had to come and see, and it had to do with the situation in Lagos. Says this is the second time he's visiting. We had detailed discussions that bordered on the unity of Lagos. I must say, we established the fact that the culture of Lagos is to accept and accommodate other tribes. And then says the bottom line, we are a Lagosian, though we can differ on our political aspirations. And then he says he has nothing against Tinubu. Secondly, on the details of us working together, because a divided house will be defeated, I have explained to him that there is no problem about working together. And then, well, Vanguard has a story. We won't allow opposition hijack National Assembly leadership. APC speaking, our differences can be sorted out. The All Progressives Congress at the weekend ruled out possibility of the opposition hijacking the National Assembly as it did in 2015. National Vice Chairman Southwest of the APC, Isaac Ekemeke, said the party would bring the aggrieved members together before the National Assembly convenes next month. He represented President-elect at an event, but I want us to look at some of the key things that he said. Opposition will not take over the National Assembly. Both the President-elect and the party are working tirelessly in ensuring that whatever you perceive as acrimony will be sorted out, and this is democracy. All right? Premium Times has a few for us this morning. Someone who visits Hilda as she attempts the Guinness World Record for longest cookathon, and she's broken it. She's broken it. That's the biggest news right now in Nigeria. Interesting, it's not political, all right? But that's a good feat. And Nigerians have really rallied behind her on social media, physically at the venue for the event in Lagos. Celebrities coming in their numbers. Quite a thing we saw yesterday. We heard that she has now broken it. Congratulations to Hilda. 2,550 Nigerians evacuated from Sudan, NIDCOM. New arrivals just now 140 adults comprising 3 infants and 30 children, making a total evacuation of 2,518. NIDCOM Head of Media, Public Relations and Protocols Unit, Abdurrahman Balogu, said this in Abuja on Sunday while giving an update on the evacuation exercise. Balogu says, as of today being Sunday, this is where we are with the evacuation exercise. The evacuation is done through a total number of 15 flights, with 4 from Aswan, Egypt, and 11 from Port Sudan. As I said earlier, a total of 2,371 evacuees have safely returned home as of Saturday, May 13. The new arrivals, just now 140 adults comprising 3 infants and 30 children, making a total evacuation of 2,580. Details you can find. Premium Times has that story. Curious one. Top Nigerian politician flees Nigeria. Alleges threat to life. Well, when I said, I'm like, who? The face looked familiar. The face really looked familiar, but I couldn't give it a name. Him. I couldn't give him a name. But he looked really familiar. Well, Ladi Adebutu is challenging the re-election of the governor of Ogun State, Dakpo Abiodun, at the Election Petitions Tribunal. So, Ladi is the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party. He says he has gone into hiding after an alleged threat to his life. Who is threatening him? Adebutu disclosed this in an interview with Saturday Tribune, saying even as he was speaking from somewhere outside Nigeria, which he refused to disclose. He says he decided to cry out after the State Security Service withdrew his security details attached to him, and the police reduced their own. So wait, he was threatened and then security around him reduced. Maybe that's why he's hiding. Your guess is as good as mine. Budget deficits, low revenue responsible for rising debts. DMO. Records show that deficits in the annual budget, including supplementary budget, rose to 10.78 trillion naira in 2023 from 1.62 trillion in 2015. The Debt Management Office says decades of operating budget deficits by successive governments are responsible for Nigeria's high debt profile. The Director General of the DMO, Patience Onia, said this to the News Agency of Nigeria on Sunday in Abuja. According to her, a review of Nigeria's fiscal data shows that not only has the government operated budget deficit, which has been growing, all right, most of the deficits have been funded through local and external borrowings. She gave us details. We'll keep hearing these details, figures and figures and figures, and we're still borrowing. These facts confirm that these budget deficits funded by new borrowings have been responsible for the rapid growth in the debt stock and the resultant increases in debt servicing. According to her, this trend could have been avoided or at least moderated if revenues had been higher or expenditures lower. Premium Times brought us that story. Passports, 80 officers on trial for extortion, 8 others dismissed. The NIS, just tap. You can read the details for yourself. We brought you part of that story in our world news at 7 a.m. So if you missed it, next time try not to miss it. All right? PSC condemns IGP over order to arrest, PSC commends IGP over order to arrest Seun Kuti for assaulting a policeman. Police Service Commission, PSC, on Sunday commended the Inspector General of Police, Usman Baba, for ordering the arrest of Seun Kuti for attacking a police officer on duty in the viral video which we talked about yesterday. So let's just move on. Chairperson of the PSC, Solomon Arase, in a statement, says no matter the offense, nobody, including Kuti, had the right to assault a police officer on official duty. Arase frowned at the effrontery of Kuti to have slapped the policeman, insisting that Nigeria is not a funny state where things can just happen. Okay, let's move on. Daily Trust, I have slapped many policemen. Seun Kuti boasts, I have slapped many policemen. So perhaps this one is different because it was caught on camera and then shared with the world to see on social media. A video of Seun Kuti, son of Afrobeat maestro Fela Kuti, boasting of slapping policemen is trending. Although it is unclear when the recording was made, Seun was seen saying that he had slapped many policemen because of who he is. Says some of our police go slap on her. On her go come Instagram, come complain. You know how many police I don't tear slap? He said in pidgin. They say because you are Fela Pikin, you know no say na because Jesus be God Pikin. If he die for you, you must know who you are before you make your move. So I make my move because I know who I am. Oh, look at this in a bit. Tinubu won't be absentee president. Premium time still. President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not govern the country from abroad. Bayo Nanuga, his spokesperson, has said. Tinubu was declared winner. We know all of that. Speaking on Trust TV Daily Politics, Onanuga, a former managing director of the news agency of Nigeria, also touched on what Tinubu will most likely do in his first 10 days in office. Responding to some Nigerians who say that Tinubu may govern from London like President Buhari at a certain time, Onanuga says it won't happen. Quote, "You cannot imagine the kind of pressure people who are looking for positions in the government are piling on ordinary members of the committee, not to talk of the president-elect. People have been bringing all manner of requests. So as the press release rightly pointed out, the travel was just to avoid pressure and distraction. He wanted to go to London to see his grandchildren, but I think that at the last meeting he decided not to go. He came back home instead. Also, he was in Saudi Arabia before the elections. He also decided not to go there again. So he cut those ones and then decided to come home. On whether the president-elect will settle fully in Nigeria and face the challenges ahead, he says, I believe he would do so. But you know, we now live in a global village, as they say. So even if he's in Russia, he can hold Zoom meetings and do all kinds of things. But I assure you that he'll be here physically to do his job. He will not be an absentee kind of president. Tambo's incoming governors put Nigeria first. That's from Daily Trust. Let's move on. Tribunal, Obi's lawyers defy Apapa's directive over petition withdrawal. We'll look at this in detail as well. The legal team of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has dismissed the 48-hour update directive by a faction of the party over the petitions before the Presidential Elections Petitions Tribunal on the outcome of the February 25 election. The self-acclaimed factional leader of the Labour Party, Lamidi Apapa, had, following the ruling of an FCC court sustaining its earlier suspension of Julius Abure as the national chairman of the party, declared that the ruling confirmed him as the authentic national chairman. I want to get to the lawyer's reaction. But the lead counsel to Obi and the Labour Party, Levi Ozuku, on Sunday said the legal team has no business with Apapa. And then this trending story in some quarters, Emefiele study leave approval unknown to us, presidency speaking. The presidency has said it is unaware of purported decision of President Muhammadu Buhari granting study leave to the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele. The senior special assistant to the president on media and publicity, Malam Garba Shehu, said this while reacting to inquiries from Daily Trust on Sunday. He says his position, as reported by another national paper on Saturday morning, has not changed. Meaning, if the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, has been granted study leave supposedly by President Muhammadu Buhari, we're not aware. Cable is to clear my name. Hadiza Bala Usman, ex-NPA boss, explains why she authored a book, which has had different connotations since the release of the book. Cable, that's the first story. Wike Autumn honored as PDP Governors Forum welcome new members. So now what we'll look at in a bit. So let's just roll over it. And then the Punch. States paying outgoing governors jumbo pensions owing 3 trillion naira as debt. States paying outgoing governors jumbo pensions owing 3 trillion naira as debt. TUC wants governors to pay workers' arrears as experts flay jumbo pay. This one is a long story. Long story. But we'll look at it. We'll really look at this one today. It's from the Punch newspaper, and they give us a lot of information here, a lot of information to chew on. Okay? So let's move on. 10th National Assembly. Kalu takes new course at Harvard. The chief whip of the Senate, Orji Kalu, has said he is prepared for the 10th Senate, having armed himself with the requisite knowledge ahead of time. The former Abia State governor disclosed this via his Facebook page, where he posted pictures indicating that he had just concluded a leadership course at the Harvard Business School. Okay. Amid all the horse trading on who becomes the Senate president. And then Nigerian chef Hilda Basi hits 80-hour mark in record record-breaking attempt. She has broken the record. She has broken it. All right, so congratulations to Hilda. And then Shehu Kuti, musician May reports to police today, appoints Falana, Senior Advocate of Nigeria's CAN or SAN rather, and human rights lawyer Femi Falana has said he will provide legal services to Afrobeat musician Shehu Kuti, who sought his intervention following the singer's alleged assault on a police officer. And prime suspects in Deborah's murder at large. Police is speaking now. It sounds a bit conflicting from what you heard earlier, right? 1 year after a female student of the Shehu Shagari College of Education, Sokoto State, Deborah Samuel Yakubu, was killed by some extremist Muslim students over alleged blasphemy against Islamic prophet Muhammad. The Nigeria Police Force has said it is still on the trail of the prime suspects culpable in the incident. The Police Public Relations Officer, Sokoto State Command, Abubakar Sanusi, confirmed the developments to Sunday Punch during a telephone interview with correspondent. Few days after the incident, the police announced the arrest of 2 suspects, okay? So they did arrest 2 suspects, Aliyu and Aminu, in connection with Deborah's murder. And they were arraigned on May 16, 2022 at the Sokoto Chief Magistrate Court for their alleged participation in the crime. But responding to an inquiry by our correspondent, that's of the Punch, the PPRO, DSP Sanusi said the police were still on the trail of some of the prime suspects, adding that several arrests have so far been made in connection to Deborah's death. He says the arrested suspects have been arraigned. Seem pretty quiet. And then lastly, PDP declares 7-day fast for Atiko's tribunal victory. Forgive my bad manners. I just couldn't help it. What? Like, really? Yeah, let's be sure that it's true. The People's Democratic Party National Chapel has declared 1 week fast and prayer for its presidential candidate at the just concluded election, Atiku Abubakar, to come out victorious at the Presidential Elections Tribunal, which began days ago. The prayers are to begin from Thursday, May 18 through to Wednesday, May 24. Okay. All right. That's a rundown of the stories we'll be talking about today. But we'll just sink our teeth into some of them in detail. All right. So Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe is a bit under the weather today. So we're hoping he can join us eventually. But for now, we'll just continue our conversation. We do have Barrister Asim Adams in the studio. And we'll begin with this story. Barrister, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly. Nigerians, good morning also.
Did you find the PDP story interesting, the fast?
I found it very, very interesting, and that is a Nigerian mentality. You know, they will believe that with prayers you can conquer all things, both political and otherwise. You know, so it was very interesting anyway.
Do you think it's necessary?
Well, I don't know. From the religious aspect, well, it's okay. From the religious aspect, it's all right. But I really don't think at this point in time that there's going to be any clairvoyance or any other sorcerer that can, kind of pontificate and state clearly what is going to happen with the tribunal, as the case may be. The facts are before the tribunal, and the facts are well known to most of us, if not all Nigerians. So I don't know whether God is going to intervene in this when really you have others who are worshiping God also. So we're going to see whether God is going to be partial or impartial, as the case may be.
Because of the fast, yeah?
Yeah, because of the fast. So that is the situation.
How about playing to the gallery?
Well, it's possible. We say they are playing to the gallery. At least we are running the commentary right now on the issue. So that has generated another issue for us to talk about in the Nigeria political firmament. But for me, I don't really think in this case that God will intervene. Let me use that word. because I believe that God is not a partial God. I believe that God is for everybody, so He's not going to support one against the other. So these are just things that we have to look at the facts that are before the tribunal. Then the tribunal has in fact, the tribunal is the people we should be praying for, so that they can discharge justice accordingly, so that justice can be seen to be done, as the case may be, so that it will be upright for them to deliver, whatever judgment they want to give at the end of the day, not politicians around them.
So let's go back to this Deborah Samuel's case. A year has gone by, and reading from what the Punch newspaper captured, contrast that with what the Daily Post had said. First spokesperson Adejobi had said suspects are in custody.
Yes.
But the Sokoto State spokesperson will give details. Now, Sokoto spokesperson says 2 persons were arrested. Others, over a year now, the police has been unable to arrest them. Does that worry you?
Of course, it's a cause for worry. You see, why I say this is that there's been this kind of, a systematic approach to issues like this. If you look at, if not because of the fact that Nigerians reminded, the authorities that it's a year, about 2 days or 3 days ago, I'm sure the authorities will not do anything about this. They'll just leave it lying low. It's the usual Nigeria way of doing things, so that they sweep it under the carpet and allow people with time, before people begin to forget about it. For instance, if you look at this Leah Sharibu, if you remember that there was a time she was taken along with some other people kidnapped by Boko Haram. Now, each year, the only time, her matter comes up before the authority, or when they respond, is when she's doing her birthday or celebrating her birthday in the camp of the kidnappers, or there's something to mark that particular day for her. That is when you begin to remember. In this Deborah's case, you see, to be very honest, you see, that girl, I still don't understand how the family today will feel. One, she was murdered inside a campus. A campus ought to be a place for everybody. A campus ought to be a place for civility. A campus ought to be a place for all. Bury religion, etc., as the case may be. Now, she was so butchered, and the government of the day, came and said they arrested 1 or 2 persons. Now, when you arrest people, do you keep them in the detention room, or you prosecute them with facts and do what now? Convict them if they are found wanting. How do you not keep them for a year plus now and they have not been arraigned? It means that you don't have any facts, against those people you arrested.
No, but they said they've been arraigned. You mentioned that they've been arraigned.
Which court is that?
The magistrate court.
The magistrate court. So what is the position of that particular case now?
Does it even worry you that the place that the police took them to is the magistrate court? This is alleged murder.
Yes.
Should it be the magistrate court addressing this matter, or perhaps the high court?
Well, it depends. Let me tell you what. In the southern part of Nigeria, if it were to be, in the southern part, the magistrate court do not have jurisdiction. You understand? To entertain cases of murder. In the northern part also, under the criminal code, the magistrate court do not, because this is a very sensitive matter. The federal high court or the high court of the state should have been in charge of this matter. So which means the way they have downplayed it, they now brought those charges before them at the magistrate court. So this is the problem we are having with the judicial system in Nigeria here. So for me, it's unfortunate that they have taken that matter to the magistrate court. I believe that the high court should have been the proper place, to prosecute, these people that have been arrested.
Do you see anything substantial coming out of this?
Like other cases we've had before.
This case is not peculiar.
Yeah, I know. I doubt if we're going to have, anything that is going to come out of all these things. We have had a number of issues. We've had issues of Gideon Akaluka. You remember Gideon Akaluka was hacked to death. I think the same kind of some years ago. Nothing was done because they said he desecrated the Holy Quran of the Muslims. He was hacked to death. We had another issue in Abuja where a lady was preaching, and around 5 a.m., some people there, surrounded her and butchered her to death. That she was preaching on the streets of, I think in Cuba at that time. People were arrested.
That was in the early days. That was in the early days of President Buhari.
That's right. Nothing has been done. Nothing has been done about that. So in this particular Deborah's case, I don't think anything, will be done again, because It's an attempt again to silence, whatever she wants to achieve or to sweep this under the carpet, and it's unfortunate.
Well, we also have Dr. Obedima, journalist, international affairs analyst. Good morning, Doctor. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. How are you?
Very well. You look surprised about the developments with Deborah's case.
Well, I don't look surprised at all because there are certain things that appear to be normal with us, even if it is abnormal. The point is that we have not really built a nation. 2, we are also not all Nigerians. Yes. Why did I say so? You see, that's why we talk of same countries, sinner climes. Because what do we refer there? Because there's some degree of sanity in the conduct of their affairs. But what do other nations refer us to? Other climes. They don't refer us as sinner climes.
Is it they or we Nigerians?
Even we Nigerians and them. Even we Nigerians and them. In fact, Africa as a whole. That is why sometimes we begin to interrogate what is wrong with the black man. We don't seem to be progressive in our thinking, in our conduct, in our perceptions, in all that we do. So, it does mean that sanity does not exist. The law is ineffective. It's only effective when it's serving some particular interests. So, when it is maybe something that had to do with religion and some certain faith believe that in defending their prophet, you have a place prepared for you, paradise is justified. Anything they can characterize as blasphemous, justified. And whoever belongs to that faith that is at the helm of affairs will not push for such heinous offense to be treated in a way it should be. Look at Nnamdi Kanu. Have been languishing in detention for many years now, since he was about, in fact, before he escaped Nigeria, and since he was also kidnapped from Kenya. And every entreaty made to call the government attention to look into his matter. I know too well that Nnamdi Kanu will be given the treatment until Buhari leaves office. That is when his case will be decided, he will be released.
But the case was heard in the Supreme Court just a few days ago.
They said they adjourned it to September.
But at least it was heard.
For hearing.
But it was heard.
It was mentioned now. They said they adjourned it for hearing.
But it was heard.
The point is that
the suggestion, Dr. Obedima, that some persons will have is the government is just doing nothing. He's just there rotting away.
Yes. You see, what we are saying in effect is that how many of these Boko Haram terrorists, how many of these herdsmen, Fulani herdsmen terrorists, how many of them have been arraigned in the court? They only keep them and somehow allow a free passage for them to break jail or to attack a prison to release their people.
So how about Sambo Dasuki?
Sambo Dasuki.
How about the years he stayed in prison? ECHO has said let him go. Different courts said let him go. It took Ibrahim a long time.
When was he released?
Oh no, but there are instances that would suggest that while it seems as though the government is cherry picking,
that was just let us look at it as purely political issue. We are talking of people who really committed crime that ought to be taken to court for murder, and that is not happening. Instead, when they arrest most of these Boko Haram people, they say they are going to debrief them. They are going to do what? I don't know. Some of them were even recruited into the...
Which the army they've denied. You're aware that the army they've denied that?
Whether they denied in this country, don't believe any denier. So what I'm saying in effect is that...
No, but you understand that when some of these conversations are had in media spaces, it's necessary that there's an attempt to balance what is seemed to be public opinion, perceptions, as against what the facts are. Is that correct, sir?
The point there is that our government actually tell us the facts.
Well, at least we have information. If they are silent on a subject, we can say they've been silent on a particular subject.
Do you know, Kelly, I want to say this. I was surprised, I was nonplussed to read Punch newspaper yesterday, where a police officer was saying that the main person that killed Deborah is at large.
The main person?
Yes, it's at large. It's yesterday Punch. Sunday Punch, I have it.
We just read the same story. They said most of the suspects are at large. They're unable to get them, but they have 2 persons in custody, and those persons have been arraigned at the magistrate court, which I had to ask Barrister.
The point is that the people that are they the main offenders of this thing?
The point, actually, if I have to come in here,
okay.
If I let me just sorry, doctor, if I come in here, see, let me say, because he was in about the Nnamdi Kanu case. It's a matter that I'm very, very interested in, and I've followed right from time. Comparing it with that of Deborah, I think there's a little difference. Even though Deborah's own is a heinous crime, while Kanu's own is a politically motivated, arrest, etc., as the case may be.
Okay.
But if you look at what is going on in the Kanu's case, you see, I have said this before now, that somebody is taking this vindictive step, to punish, a man that is or ought to be presumed innocent according to our constitution.
Okay.
If you listen to the president, there was an interview or documentary that was done by the president, organized by the BBC or so. They went to his farm and they interviewed him. In the process of that interview, they asked him a question. They said, when he heard that Nnamdi Kanu said he was not the man, it was not Buhari that was in Aso Rock, that it was one man from Sudan that was, governing Nigeria from Aso Rock, that, what they call it, body double, that is what is in Aso Rock. When they asked him that question, you know what he said? He said, my reaction is that I felt very, very, very bad that particular thing hurts him till today. You understand the point? So, if you follow the process and procedures of the Nnamdi Kanu's case, remember that, for instance, he was brought before the Federal High Court. The Federal High Court went through the matter and said, look, the federal government breached all known international codes and protocols
in his extradition.
Of extradition. It was not even extradited. It was extraordinarily rendered, from Kenya to this place. And the federal government of Nigeria followed what the Turkish government did to a man they call Abdallah Öcalan. Coincidentally, the same Abdallah Öcalan was also extradited from Kenya to Turkey. So the procedures which they are following is like the one that the federal government is following in Nnamdi's case. As I speak to you, the Turkish government have been rigmaroling. Öcalan has been in jail for decades. At times they bring him out for trial. At times they send him back again. The same method they are using in the Nnamdi Kanu's case. So you understand?
While there are questions about the way the prosecution is going, what is the fact is that the matter is still in court.
It's in court, of course. Your matter might be in court. You see, they say justice delayed.
Okay.
If justice denied.
Let's also have Barrister Chimene Nwadi join us on the show this morning. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Kelly.
I don't want us to dwell so much on this Nnamdi Kanu saga because it's not even on the papers.
It's not there yet.
What would happen is you have a lot of persons just go in that direction.
Yes.
But the focus is Deborah Samuel's murder, the way she was killed, under the guise of blasphemy. She said certain things, and then she was killed the way she was killed. Police says 2 have been arraigned at the magistrate court. Others are still at large. 1 year plus. Is that enough?
Well, I thank you very much. I think clearly we don't have proper inquest. And then when you look at the modus operandi in terms of investigation, police investigation, we have had a lot of infractions. And it has shown to the world for quite some time that we really do not have a method of accelerating investigation when it comes to police investigation. Clearly, when you look at what blasphemy is all about, we begin to look at who has blasphemed and what was the process. Clearly, I think there have been a lot of intrigues concerning this Deborah's case. And I think police at this point, if we are acting timelessly, police would have come out to give a sledgehammer to this particular case. And I think justice would have been taking place. But you know the kind of place we are. And of course, we have the bourgeois who have hijacked the industry of what we are seeing today, both the judiciary and that of the police. And nobody knows who is behind the scene. There could be an interested people, fellows, who may have. Look, I was in Kano. My law school was in Kano, Bagauda, precisely. And within the years I spent 1 year in law school, I discovered that blasphemy has become part of, they don't care. In fact, there are things you don't do on Fridays. And for those that care to hear, Fridays we have to put on our regalias. You don't have to, you have to put on your etibo and all the rest, down to the lecture hall. If you put on suit, it's as if you're not part of. So that Friday is a holiday. And there are some certain things you won't do. They will tell us, be careful to go to the main town. I remember that time, one of my friends almost jumped a praying mat. I don't know how he did it. He just jumped it. That guy would have been killed. I want to tell you that the method of investigation when it comes to blasphemy, I can tell you to end what we are hearing today, that 2 persons, then they're at large. It's like when a lawyer is writing a petition, we say Chimenema and others. Those orders will remain there for 200 years. So for me, I think the method of inquest has been a problem in Nigeria. The method of police investigation, sometimes you will see that those 2 persons, at the end of the day, they will take, the matter is in magistrate court. The court may even decide to, if there is a proper, if they have their lawyers, because I heard that many volunteers, many lawyers are coming out for these 2 persons that have been arraigned.
True.
So they could even conduct trial within trial and say, look, they were under duress. Those confessions, you may have seen them under the clip. But clearly, these were not the people that committed this offense, and they will let them go. And you know, the method of criminal investigation in the south and that of the north is quite different. I think recently now, under the rule, the accused person will go in with his lawyer. The lawyer will carry the accused person. But here in the south, the police and the accused person, you see the handcuffed. So differences, there are a lot of things. And I think that the method of justice in Nigeria, for me, I've been frowning at it. I don't know why the north will be very different and that of the south will be different. They will tell us this one, that one. Even in law school, if you look at the draft, when once it comes to the north, you have to follow the process. And I'm sure this is the process. If you go to the Akali's court, you will see what is going on. At the end of the day, police will come out with a report and tell us that the first information report or whatever they tender that these persons are innocent. So for me, we have to really restructure the justice system in Nigeria.
So we really should not expect
an outcome. I have followed this case. You see, when it comes to blasphemy, this is not the first time we are seeing it. I've not seen anybody that have been prosecuted. At the end of the day, they will arraign. At the end of the day, we won't hear anything. It's like what happened to the 900 and something Boko Haram guys that were arrested. From Lagos, they took them down to Kaduna. From Kaduna, we didn't hear anything again. We only heard that they were enlisted into the army and that they have been able to provide them. And we have from several quarters,
which the army has also denied.
That's what I'm saying. And you have the case, today we are hearing the case of where some women were conscripted to take away their pregnancy. Army has equally denied that.
Which is also still being investigated.
Thank you. So
that's why I said that they hardly get fast.
These are the things I can tell you for sure. That the lawyers, I have some colleagues who volunteer themselves for this Deborah's case. For the accused persons, more than 40 lawyers came out that the 2 persons have not blasphemed anything. And I can tell you, in any of the magistrate court in the north, I challenge anybody. These guys they will be exonerated at the end of the day. We've had a lot of video clips. Remember,
that's what you said. Yeah, to add to what you say, I also was surprised when I was reading that story yesterday that a presidential candidate even hired lawyers for this person. Already in that point, I was surprised to tell you that the best thing for us in this country is to peacefully separate. Peacefully, like other nations, like Malaysia and Singapore,
Yugoslavia,
and other nations.
Okay.
Because the system keeps, the way it operates, keeps making it to be angry.
So the best way is separation.
It's separation.
Barrister, do you agree?
I don't really think so.
We have 2 minutes before the news.
Yes, I don't really think so. I don't think separation is going to solve our problems in Nigeria. You see,
we can't develop on that.
I'm coming,
can't move forward.
I understand. I understand, sir. What I'm trying to say is that I don't think that separation is going to solve the problem of Nigeria.
Okay.
Now, if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, it's being caused by the political elites. Now, the ordinary Nigerians are in sync and tandem. You understand? With the way they operate and move about in the country.
But now, wouldn't that depend on the part of the country that you are?
If, for instance, the moment you begin to buy into the political, inclinations of those who are trying to do this divide and rule, then I will tell you there's a problem. As it is right now, the masses, that is the Nigerians across board, other Nigerians do not have problems with themselves. It is only when problem of politics comes. Look at Lagos, for instance. Lagos State, as it used to be in those days, was a state that was for everybody.
Let me quickly take do you think that we should separate as well?
Kelly, when you look at the election that took place in 1965,
20 seconds.
I think Nigeria at this point, we have gotten to the threshold. We are at the verge of extinction. The only thing that will help us now is that we've run what we need now. I think we've run democracy, we have done militocracy. I don't know, somebody said we should go into theocracy, but I don't think God is even tired. At this point, we need to sit down and have a national conference.
All right, we have to go for the news update at 9. We'll be back to continue our conversations. It's Today's Question, Today FM 95.1.
Never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Conference of Nigeria Political Parties are calling on warring factions in the ongoing Labour Party leadership crisis to settle their differences and sustain the party's new position as a third force in Nigeria's politics. The CNPP gave the advice in a statement signed by its Secretary General, Willie Ezugu. Citing the current fracas in the All Progressives Congress over the zoning of principal offices in the National Assembly, the umbrella body of all registered political parties and political associations in Nigeria stated that disagreements are normal among political parties. It, however, says the ability to resolve a crisis and move on is what is paramount. The CNPP further urges the warring factions and the ongoing Labour Party leadership crisis to pursue common grounds by reconciliation rather than resorting to the deployment of propaganda tools and using the election petitions at various election petition tribunals across the country as bait to gain support. The federal government says 160 women claiming to be Nigerians in Sudan have no passports to fly back to the country. Director General of the National Emergency Management Agency, Mustafa Ahmed, stated this in Abuja while briefing newsmen on the progress made so far in the evacuation of Nigerians from war-torn Sudan. According to him, although the women claim to be Nigerians, they do not possess Nigerian passports to verify their claims. Ahmed says the agency is being careful not to evacuate persons who are not Nigerians. It will be recalled that before the commencement of the evacuation exercise, the Nigerian Diaspora Commission had said there are about 3 million Nigerians in Sudan and a total of 5,000 students. However, the NEMA boss said apart from the 2,518 Nigerians that have so far been evacuated and 15 flights operated so far, the citizenship of many of those claiming to be Nigerians cannot be verified. Nigerian chef and entrepreneur Hilda Effiong Basi, popularly known as Hilda Basi, is on her way to breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest cooking marathon by an individual. is coming after the chef hit the 85-hour mark this morning with less than 2 hours remaining to set a new world record. The restaurant kick-started the chef kick-started the competition on Thursday at exactly 4 p.m. after she turned on her cooker. She aims to beat the 87 hours 45 minutes record set by current Guinness World Record holder Lata Tondon, an Indian chef who made the feat in 2019. The event, which is taking place at the Amore Gardens in Lekki, Lagos, is live streamed on YouTube. We also have confirmation that she has broken that record. On the foreign scene, Turkey's fiercely contested presidential election appears likely to go to a second round after President of votes cast to decisively extend his 20-year rule. The high-stakes election will ultimately decide the fate of a key NATO ally and regional power broker at a time when Russia's invasion of Ukraine has plunged much of the world into uncertainty. The mood noticeably darkened at the headquarters of Erdogan's Justice and Development Party in Istanbul yesterday evening as his early lead slipped away. With 97.95% of votes counted, state-run Anadolu News Agency reported Erdogan had 49.34% of the votes compared to 44.99% for his main opposition, Kemal, meaning neither could claim an outright win. And that's it on the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. I am Kelly Ikemenjima.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
When I wake up in the morning, I need something to help me start my day. Start my day. 3, 4, 5, 6 has DHA. It helps my brain to grow. It helps me to be smart. Oh, my own milk, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. My own milk, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. My own milk, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. My own milk, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah.
La 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 la. Smart mama. Yes. What are you making? I'm making breakfast plus Peak 456 growing up milk.
Breakfast plus Peak 456 growing up milk.
It is fortified with DHA to support brain development.
Tell me more.
Cereal, pap, just name it. My kids love it with Peak 456 growing up milk.
Wonderful.
It also has calcium, vitamin D, and high quality protein to make your kids grow strong.
I love it. I will start nourishing my children with Peak 456 growing up milk, fortified with DHA to support brain development.
That's right.
Grow up strong and smart with Peak 456 growing up milk every day.
65 times 10,000, now 650,000. 35 times 10,000, now 350,000. So 650,000 plus 350,000 become 1 million.
Calculate. Oh, yeah, where the money?
Make I calculate how much CBN go pay me this month. So CBN they pay me every 3 months for my dry fish when I dey export.
CBN? As how now?
Now for inside CBN RT200 program under the non-oil export rebate scheme.
Madam Flo, so you don't have my money quite, you not tell us. But you know go let me and my fish rest every time. Your fish done ready.
Now I want to ask you, Seth, your fish already?
Hey, no, me Seth want to make CBN pay me.
Yes, so now Central Bank of Nigeria with joint body from Bankers Committee. Now him bring RT200 program come to do make foreign money sure for ground to stop shortage and make sure say money dey for manufacturer and exporter them when not do oil business. For motori, visit www.cbn.gov.ng.
Okay, alright. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Search for unique dial.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Man, they match am, they go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You terrorist. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday. I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it is for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Let me bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, we're back. Today's quest, look at the papers this morning. Before we get back to some of the stories that we'll be focusing on, we've already talked about two of them. The PDP fast. And then we have the case of Deborah Samuel. We'll look at others, but let's just look at some of the messages via social media, Facebook this morning. Let's look at them some real quick. Okay, so remember you can send your messages in. Phone lines, however, will be open from 11 a.m. this morning, okay? But your messages would allow you to be part of the conversation as we get on. All right, 0701-9339-962. Again, 0701-9339-962. All right, that's the number to use. And then Facebook, you can feel free to reach us today, 95.1 FM. Straightforward. Today, 95.1 FM. Also up on Twitter, all right, at Today FM 951. At Today FM 951. Stories are up there, so you can, all you need to do is just tap and tell us what you think. Tap and tell us what you think, okay? So let's go to Facebook, take some of those reactions now. Thank God Ability Atuebu puts it this way. Troops uncover ISWAP underground armory in Sambisa Forest. Master Nigerian Army announced it to the people. Why can't they do their work quietly? Announcing it is directly telling ISWAP to relocate their armory to another location. Security is not what you make public. Okay, that's Thank God Ability, his opinion. Nicholas Erasmus, we won't allow opposition hijack National Assembly leadership, APC. Good morning, Kelly and the crew. The drama in the APC may give room for opposition to overtake them and produce the Senate president, or even a 2015 saga may repeat. Time will tell. Okay, Nicholas, thank you. Everest Wachiku puts it this way. Electricity, NRC gives discos power to disconnect debtors after 12 days. Where's the light? Good point. Persons who use postpaid are charged more, but still no light, while those who use prepaid suffer no light. Who is fooling who? I kind of wonder. Hamilton Prince, 10th Senate President, is Senators elect back Akpabio. Congratulations to Akpabio if he finally gets it. Akpabio should not be a Lawan type of Senate President who spent 8 years providing or approving borrowings, but he should be a Saraki type of Senate President that would argue with the presidency in some aspects. Belma Fibika, refurbished gas cylinders next Bob are waiting. He said this is a very serious issue that needs urgent attention. Okay, let's come back to the studio. Our guests are still here. Barrister Asim Adams and Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst. Okay, so let's move on from Deborah. We've talked about it for a while. Let's go to the case of the guy that says, do you know how many police officers I have slapped? Seun Kuti, the musician. I saw that video, and on one hand, I felt he was really angry. Maybe the officer hit him from the back. Maybe it was an accident, because Seun Kuti claims he almost killed his family. So their lives were practically on the line. That's why he reacted the way he did. He got out of the vehicle, was really angry, was screaming, And the police officer really looked humble and calm in that video that I saw. He really looked humble. He was just watching, perhaps trying to explain, you know. But Seun Kuti was angry. The next thing was the slap. Whoops. I'm like, was that necessary? Well, police have said we're beginning investigation. He must be arrested. Police Service Commission, they've said the same thing, commending the IGP for taking the first step. And now we heard that a senior advocate of Nigeria is going to be accompanying him to the force for questioning. He says, do you know how many I have slapped? I'm wondering, if you're so much in the habit of slapping police officers anyhow, why do you need the Falana? Let me begin with Barrister Wardy. Why does he need a Falana?
Well, of course, the law permits you to rent a lawyer, and under the Cabran Kuru, the lawyer cannot even reject. Nobody knows if he has called the lawyer too, and he has the right to do so. But like he was, he refuted this. There was a clip I saw again where he said, the police threatened him. There are a lot of information behind. Threatened his family, and yes, and whatever be the case, if you look at the Police Act very well, from Section 3. 4, 5, you will see the right of a policeman, even the right to carry out an arrest. And if there is a reasonable belief that a policeman sees a person, and even if he's not on duty, but that there is a reasonable belief that the person is going to be harmful or there is something suspicious about the person, he can stop and search the person and do the needful. Even that is also to a person, to a citizen too. You have every right to arrest, but you have to take the person down to the police station. Now, the character of Kuti was so excessive, and I may not be in the scene, but from what I saw from the video clip, which if you take it to the court, of course, it's going to be examined. But I think that you don't slap a policeman on uniform. It's an assault. It's a completed assault. In fact, battery. And I think at this point, it does not matter what the policeman may have done. We have seen that on daily basis, even as lawyers. You see a policeman who want to even assault you and say, even with your uniform, I don't care, I'll put you inside the bedroom. Yeah, even if you're a lawyer, I will just arrest you. But then you have to, be cautionable.
You don't respond in same measure.
These guys are, look, I have told people that when you look at the power of arrest, and when you look at also the right of a policeman, I can tell you for sure that they have a right that is even bigger than that of Mr. President. They can arrest a president, not a sitting one, but once you're off, the immunity clause is off you, they will arrest you. But then we have equally looked at it that in attending to citizens, we have seen most police people being their excessive character. There's what we call reasonable force. You don't just arrest a citizen and you start using vulgar words.
But Barrister, I hate to interject.
Yes.
That particular video, the one I saw of over 44 seconds long, the officer didn't look like he was attempting to arrest.
He was very quiet.
He was more like trying to plead with him.
Yes. What I saw there, that's why I said, look, there could be another version. You can't take it away from Kuti. In as much as Justice Oputa and Josiah against the state, he said, look, justice to the victim, justice to the state, so justice to the society. And I think that justice to Ramsin Kuti, nobody knows. We are all witnesses, not witnesses from omniscient point. We are watching from outside. Remember, it's a video clip. There could be something that may have, the person that may have taken that video may have started, some hours before it started. And Kuti may have, nobody knows on the initial stage. It could be that at the initial stage was when the guy started casting aspersions.
Is that why he's going with Falana?
Is that what?
Is that why he's going with Falana?
Yeah, Falana will have to be there. Look, there is this fear. They will arrest him. He will have to write a statement. That's another thing.
How about slapping your way through? It says you have to know who you are before you do the things that you do.
It's going to be very difficult. They could release him by recognizance. We have equally seen his. I know he's a personality. He's. Most of this. Remember what happened to Portable? When Portable came up, he said after God, na government. So they are going to, now that he's coming from IG, it's going to be very, very. Look, there must be a deterrent to most of this excessive character. From what I saw there, he was pushing the policeman. The guy was so quiet. And in the character of the ones we have,
They would have responded.
They would have responded. Even with any, you don't beat a man with. I mean, a policeman on uniform. It is the worst offense. Even while in law school, most of the primary kind of law, even this substantive law that we are all taught, we are told not to be very careful, especially when it has to do with the policemen. If they say stop, even with your MBA, this thing on the car, they are seeing you with your uniform. They don't care. You just have to stop and search. You allow them to do the needful.
But just because you're a lawyer doesn't mean you have immunity.
Nobody. It doesn't mean you have it. But what I would say is that going with Falana, it's to be for harm is to be for, because one, they will arrest him. He will make a statement, and upon that they might lead him. But like I said, it's going to be it's a bailable offense, whatever be the case.
Barrister Adams,
yes. See, when that news broke and it became viral, I was just laughing all over. I said, I really don't understand. I thought it was an old video until I listened to it carefully and I found out. See, what Kuti did for me, was not proper. You understand? That was assault, on a policeman that is wearing uniform and is armed.
Completed.
You understand? He's armed. Now, when people will say, this man is so calm, I say, no, the man is not calm. You know what happened? The policeman knew that they were filming or videoing the situation. Yes. That was why I had to pretend as if he was being good. He wants to be the good police officer. You understand the point now? But if there was no camera, because this is what social media has really done now, to create awareness. You understand the point now? If there was no camera, maybe like about 20 years back, if that had happened, Seun would have been either somewhere that he didn't believe he would be. I'm telling you. Remember that the father was beaten black and blue.
Yeah.
Remember that the police and soldiers invaded Fela's house.
The mother
said, whatever, and threw the mother out.
Yes.
So he was very lucky. See, he should not brag about it or boast about that he has slapped so many police officers. One of my seniors told me one day, said, look, I was driving and I had to stop. I challenged the police officers who were on their duty beats. I was trying to tell them, you don't know we are lawyers. I said, look, counsel, let me tell you one thing. When you see a policeman armed with uniform, do not, I repeat, do not challenge him. Don't argue with him. You understand? He will just waste you and he goes. So I told people that policeman on that video was just pretending. It was an arranged, kind of pretense that I found out. Because the normal policeman would have done what? I know what he would have done. So secondly, why Seun has to go with Falana is this. Falana has been, a lawyer to the family of the Kutis. You understand? So if you look at even when Femi had the problem, Falana had to go for them. Falana was there, so it's like a lawyer to the family, as the case may be.
Okay.
But that does not stop the police prosecuting Seun. Yeah, it's a bailable offense. He has to give his statement on that caution. Then once that is done, he can be released based on personal recognizance or maybe some other conditions that will be given by those who are giving the bail. But I know that they will take him to court. That's for sure. Okay. Because the way the IG and the PSC, the way they're going about it, that you cannot harass a uniformed man just like that. There's a way they describe, the police institution in Nigeria here, giving it a hallowed kind of, semblance.
The force they've had to respond to a similar case.
Yes.
The guy was struck and he was arrested, and a woman that slapped a police officer and she was boasting. They traced her, arrested her, and she's facing prosecution.
I know that is what is going to happen to Seun. I can bet for that, for sure. They are going to prosecute him. Okay. You understand whether Falana is there or not?
Okay.
They will prosecute him. They want to humiliate him. Look at Portable, like my colleague said here. When they brought Portable to court, you could see that he was so humble. And I said that he now knew that he was very careful next time. They say, when this people will deal with you and humble you.
He did not believe.
Most of the police stations, they release
I'm not a prisoner.
I'm not a prisoner. You understand the point? So the Nigerian police, they need reformation, to be very honest with you. You understand? That man was just pretending on that video. That man, if there was no video around that corner,
your feeling about policemen seem to be very low. They are good ones now.
Of course, I know, but the bad ones are more than the good ones.
We have noble policemen.
How do you go to a police station? I was on Sunday council. I had a matter at one of the police stations here. You know, although it was a murder case, but somebody who came out to render help to the man that was murdered. Something was happening in front of a man's house. He heard people shouting, broad daylight. And now came out. I said, what is going on? I saw two boys fighting with bottles and daggers or whatever case. He now said, please, leave, don't kill yourselves. Then the other one hacked one down, ran away. The woman had to raise alarm. And even had to, pay for the boy to be taken to the nearby clinic. Police came yesterday to her house to invite her. And even detained her.
For what?
That's what I'm saying. It's a matter that I'm telling you that they are calling me right now because they asked her to go there on a Sunday. I didn't go to church yesterday. I had to intervene for them to really say, look, you cannot even arrest. They say it's the woman's choice. So you can't arrest in lieu, as the case may be. So they have to.
The Police Act makes it clear.
Yes, it makes it very clear. You cannot arrest in lieu. That's the situation. So we got in there. Before I even got there, the woman was already thrown behind the cell there.
Wow. We have to go to Dr. Obidima. This case of Sheon Kuti and the Nigerian police, what's your feeling about it?
Well, all this points to the erosion of value orientation in our society. No matter whether you are in uniform or you are not on uniform. It's problematic. And that is why some of us look back how the society, how Nigeria was before. And we make reference to the book of China Achebe. There was a country. And the predictive work of karma that this house has fallen. I know growing up as a boy that the mere information in the community that police is around is that the community is calm, and they arrest somebody seamlessly. They don't even come and begin to use or whatever the way these people are behaving now. They can go to the local chief. Would they say this guy produce him? And the local chief will gather some elders in the community and present the matter. A message will be sent for the guy to come. The chief will take that to the police station. And everything starts from there. And policemen were respected. They also respected themselves. But unfortunately, all these things are gone. It's a serious sociological problem. A malaise that I don't know how we can fix this thing again. The police, if you see some of them, their conduct, you begin to wonder whether in recruiting them, they took them through the process of training. You begin to wonder whether their being on uniform is a license to behave brazenly in any way they feel that they above the law, they have the authority of life and death to minister to anybody they want. And they appear to be undercover. Why is it that most of them are being questioned today? It's because of social media, video. If not, they are always covered by any kind of offense they committed. Beyond that, it does not, those behavior does also not justify any citizen, coming against the authority of government, because the uniform they are wearing symbolizes that they are representative of government vested with certain authority to do certain things according to the law. And even if you are beaten up, you see, people are resorting to self-help because if police assault you, one, you don't have access to, because of maybe money or whatever, to court. And even if you go to court, it may not get justice. People resort to self-help when they are assaulted by police.
But it makes it worse. It makes it worse for them.
Eh?
It makes it worse for them.
Yeah, this one I said that does not really justify that somebody should slap a police officer. Though they can provoke it to the extent of you losing self-control.
Let me throw the next story in. I've been seeing this all over the place. MFLA study leave approval unknown to us. The presidency has finally spoken on this. You have reports flying on social media that President Buhari had quietly granted MFLA a study leave as a means for him to escape. As a means for him to escape the country. And I'm like, what crime has he committed? We do know that it was said. It was said also that the SSS were investigating
somebody has
him.
even ordered for his arrest.
And we've heard all these things, but study leave for MFLA to escape. Dr. Bediba.
Yeah, these are the things when we look, and we can laugh over this. It's just to tell you the kind of society we have.
But they said it's not true. The presidency has said, or Garbachev said, we're not aware.
Yeah, the point there is that what would they tell you?
Do you believe that it may have happened?
I say I have come to a position in this country that I cannot believe government.
So the president could really have given MFLA that?
Yeah, they could. They could. You see, you don't ever swear for anybody.
But MFLA is serving a 5-year term.
It does not matter.
He's serving a 5-year term. And Tinubu cannot just come as president and by one letter he removes him.
Yeah. But you see, this is a country anything can happen. Whether you are serving, whether that position is arbitrary or not, it can be terminated even by negotiation. But we thank God for Ararume, who fought back. Said no, he can't remove him like this.
They said they were appealing now.
Yeah, they were appealing. But the point there is that somebody,
he has made it.
He did not compromise. He wants the law to take his course.
Is it not spending money?
Well, yeah, that's just the problem.
If we go by the same words of Portable, after God is government. So who would win?
Whether government wins or not, and where all those things happen here, they don't happen when we live outside this country. The law, if it were to be Nigeria, a Kuremado would not even report to the court even for one day.
Let's move from.
So the point we are now saying is this.
Okay.
Kuti really don't have that right
to have slapped the police officer.
Then boasting that he has done so many times. And I wonder who he is. I wonder the kind of influence he has that can be doing that with impunity and getting scot-free. I want to say this is that, yes, as a deterrent, even if you're going with 50 cents, you can report to the police. The point there is that they should detain him and take him to court immediately.
That's right.
Vice Adams, MFLA study leave approval or not to us?
You see, the problem I have with all these things is that when you run what I call or refer to as iron curtain kind of government, the Russian, the old Russian administration, they used to call it the USSR. You understand? There's a way you run administration there. You hoard news. You just keep news away from people. Like in China, the old China of Mao, you knew what happened. People didn't know what was going on with government, the policies of government, because the government felt that they were an entity, of their own. That is number one. This government is a government I found that so sad that it is only when issues broke that they begin to react. So it's more or less, a reactive kind of, government. Two is that the CBN governors we have had in Nigeria, from Adamu Chiroma, down to Soludo and Sanusi, and now this particular governor, all the presidents want to control them just like Idi Amin, control the one in Uganda. That is him. You understand? So this has become a problem. That's why you find out that they are always under pressure. Whereas the CBN has a contract, the governor has a contract, a tenured contract that he ought to, kind of exhaust before leaving office. And if you take him out of that place just unjustly like that, arbitrarily, he has the right to go to court. I remember Sanusi did same under Jonathan when he was removed. You know, I know they went to court. I don't know how the outcome of those cases. Now, if the people are speculating that yes, the president-elect has granted whatever study leave for him to ease himself out of the system, you don't blame the people, because you know conspiracy and silence breeds rumors.
But it came from somewhere.
That's what I'm saying.
That information came from.
There
somewhere.
must be an element of truth in whatever they are saying. So the reason is because of the fact that if you had come out to openly tell Nigerians, even a month before now, that the CBN governor is going on a study leave, to America, etc., nobody will begin to speculate. But when people begin to dig into, state, facts and files to now unearthing news, then people can give it any form of a meaning. That is what is happening here now. So the people, I think Nigerians you don't blame the Nigerian people who said the president has given him a leeway to exit the country before swearing in, so that when he comes back, then he will now put the CBN governor. I've heard people say that he's even going to arrest Emefiele because of this Naira, whatever, because they said he argued with the president in a meeting. I don't know the meeting they had, according to the news I heard. So this is the situation. A lot of things are going undercover. So we have to blow it open if we find any means of whatever, as the case may be.
So, by Sawadia, I'm curious, and permit me to be crass. After you have scattered the economy, you want to go to abroad for study. Is that how it works?
But if you look at,
why not complete your term? Is he afraid of Tinubu? If it is true.
If you look at BUFA, there are a lot of laws. My uncle is here, and I think he understands. The BUFA is very, if you look at laws, the banker-customer relationship is very, very valued at every point. Remember, Emefiele was appointed by federal government, and it's a tenorial thing. Now, I think there are a lot of classified information about the government administrative system, particularly this administration. There are a lot of things that could, before this thing may have come out to them light, I think there may have been some confidentiality going on. Remember, when Tinubu raised the issue of this currency, when Emefiele raised it, they were targeting at ensuring that Tinubu does not even emerge.
That's what was suggested by a lot of people.
This is where the politics is coming. So, and I think this is a time, the kind of politics we play is a vindictive politics. And at this point, if you look at Asiwaju's politics, he forgives, but not when it is so direct. And yes, he forgives, but not when it is so direct.
So if you look forgive.
I don't want to.
Somebody was not forgiven.
Remember, thank you. That's what I'm saying. Remember, he's this kind of person that if he gives you directive, you don't carry it out. I tell you, he will come for you.
But Emefiele is not an appointee.
No, it doesn't matter. They had a meeting. Remember, he's the leader of
the APC.
And you can't take it away. Within the hierarchy of APC, he's at the appointive level. And these are people that each time they speak, you don't just watch it. And he has the ears of Mr. President. Remember what Emefiele did? This thing affected a lot of businesses. And part of, these are people that were suspected to have gotten their money in bullion van and all the rest. Most of the politicians even went on comatose as a result of this policy. Even the poor. So do you know what this cost? Apart from that, people have been calling Tinubu that the first thing you must do is to prosecute this young man. And ordinary Nigerians are equally crying. Farmers were dying. Crops. So he knows his life. He's a threat. So for him to even emerge under this administration has to be continuing again, is a threat to Tinubu. And of course, in government, you don't work with your enemy. Whether you like it, is a de facto as he is now. I don't think that Tinubu want to work with him. So whether you like it or not, there could be some covert or overt, proceedings that may not, go well with him. And he's very clairvoyant. This is the time to leave, because if you don't leave, if you are arrested, because nobody is above arrest. There is no immunity backing Emefiele. And remember, before this time, he was accused of sponsoring Boko Haram and all the rest.
It's part of what
that matter is even. Yes, thank you. So, and when they are investigating a matter, until you close it, it is still on. It's like when you enter a nolly, and they say the nolly is you can close the nolly, and the nolly can even restart. So, what we are looking at is that there could be some conspiracy of silence among the bourgeois at the administrative level. Tinubu may not want to show his face, But there will be flanks, some foot soldiers. Please work on this man.
You just know that the
Thank
president
you.
is somewhat.
Work on this man. And secondly, remember, Sanusi did that during the time of Jonathan. At a point, he started bringing up policies that were antagonizing the process of Jonathan's administration. And that thing caused a lot of uproar. Jonathan could not. Most of the borrowings were turned out. So at this point, he can't work with Emefiele. And for you to have a smooth administration, you need a CBN governor that will work in synergy with you. So what's the character? Can people work with him?
So
these are the things you could begin to question.
So where is the said independence of the CBN?
Is there any independence of has anything been independent? If you look at the words of Montesquieu, are we really practicing separation of power? Are we really even there is fusion of power? What we are seeing here is that for you to work, for you to have a good workings, you must have a good CBN. You must have a good senator that will work with Mr. President. You must have a good speaker. You can see the politics that he's playing on. From Akpabio to Ojizo, from Dan, CBN, they have to question these agencies. Because once there is a fracture, it will affect the president.
Okay.
Today, so I'm afraid they may have given him a leave. I know where we're coming from.
Dr.
A lot of dramas are going on.
We have a society that the institutions are very weak. One will have powerful individuals that are above the law. If what we are saying now, Tinubu, there's no immunity covering Tinubu as of today.
In fact, he doesn't. There's nothing attached to him but the ceremonial title of president-elect.
Then the point there is that
it's arguable.
Excuse me.
It's arguable.
It's arguable.
It has no,
sir. That's my own opinion.
It's
arguable.
He has a.
I can tell you, they brief him.
Excuse me.
On security matters.
Yes, because of the position that he had won.
There's no immunity covering him.
There's no immunity.
What he's saying is that that there's no immunity covering him at this point.
Excuse me.
Okay, no problem.
Let me finish. Why is it that Tinubu has not been invited to be questioned on drug issues?
Have you read? I hate to interject. Dr. Bidima. Have you read the NDLEA's response to the matter in court?
Very clear. Which matter?
You know that the NDLEA puts a paper forward at the tribunal.
I didn't read it.
Have you read it?
No.
Can you? Because the NDLEA put it this way: we have a good relationship with the US, and the US so far has not told us made any link of any.
No. Wait, listen. Who told NDLEA to do such a letter?
Okay.
This is where we run a system that they go to tribunal. What has NDLEA got to do? Sending letter to
the tribunal, yeah?
To tribunal.
Good question.
So the point is that what Tinubu made to fulfill process of drug this thing in America. So that is where we are going to start. Is Nigeria a signatory to the instrument on drug trafficking?
So
international instrument on drug trafficking.
Dr. Bidima, this matter is in court.
No,
right?
The
parties are challenging it in court.
No.
Is that correct?
It's the point that is in court. It's not drug issue.
No, it's one of the things they said.
No.
They have said,
yes.
Dr. Bidima,
yes.
One of the arguments, in fact, the PDP is pushing that as an argument. The Labour Party is equally pushing that as an argument. He's not fit to be in that position because of these ties.
Yes. And other issues of
not eligible
citizenship.
So if that's the case, the matter is in court.
The point is that even the matter is in court, that does not, their lawyers here, that does not make me to raise this. Why is it that the security agencies have not invited Tinubu for question?
Like we said, the matter is in court.
They have even, according to reports I got, I'm sorry, Doc, we are not holding forth for Tinubu.
We're not holding free for any of them.
We will just try to be very objective, lay the facts. If you look at what some of the defenses they filed, that was where they exhibited that letter from NDLEA and exhibited the one from a board of federal during the time of Tafa Balogun, the IGP of police. There was an inquiry that was made. A letter was written to FBI in the US, etc. as a case. They responded. So they now attach those responses. That was far back before now. if you remember that this man has been standing trial on this right from 1998-99 when he was governor of Lagos State. I remember Gani Fawemi took him to court, on certificate issues, and some other issues came up. Even Festus Keyamo, who is now his personal whatever, as he called, went to court on this same drug issue as the case may be. So what we are trying to say now is that one, he does not have immunity. For me, until the immunity will clothe him and vest him with immunity when he's sworn in as the Nigerian president. So if there's any case against him, assuming he was like a man like Shewa Alukunabo that slapped the police officer, they can even take him to court because the immunity has not inoculated him, as the case may be. They can take him to court. But what we are trying to say is that there is a semblance of immunity politically that is surrounding him. The DSS, what happens now is this, like my colleague said, he's been briefed on a daily basis about the security reports in Nigeria. The exchange rate, that is why the CBN government, for instance, will be scared of him. Already he knows what to do. Even as it is, Buhari is having just about how many days to leave the office. So we have a president. Yes, we have a president in waiting. You understand? Which means, not just being a president in waiting, a president that the other president, the president, listens to and is scared of.
All right.
We'll discuss for another day.
You want to add something real quick? Okay. We have to move on from this subject.
Yes. You see, right now, you can't even invite him. Let me tell you what we play in Nigeria.
Because of weak institution.
Please allow. Even in other countries.
Or political basis. Politically, he cannot invite him.
What I'm telling you.
Because why they were
moving him to the defense house? Do you know they've changed his guard of honor, as in his security?
He has his own ADC now.
That's what I'm saying. Right now, on security meetings, they brief him. Secondly, why I said it will be very hard. Even the IGP, the President Commissioner, the Inspector General of Police. See, let me tell you why I said what we play in Nigeria is a pseudo democracy. There are a lot of vicissitude in the kind of politics we play. You cannot even call him. Right now, everybody wants to be relevant.
And the IGP is conflicted with that.
I'm only telling you. But
we are moving to the
from what talk he's saying, from the reality angle, ordinarily he ought to have been allowed to, not even to move to those houses. He should be in his house. Because what they are using now is taxpayers' money.
But they have to ensure that he's kept safe.
That's what I'm saying. Right now, he's a president-elect. He has become a public figure. He must be very careful. And you know the way we pamper the president we have here. He's like a child, an egg. Right now, as of 2 days ago, they were investigating, taking a look at the defense house where they're going in. While they were there, they've changed even his flight. Right now, he doesn't use a private flight again. They have to drive down with Air Force this thing down. What I'm saying is that Mr. President has vacated his own house to the defense at the glass house.
Part of the transition process.
That's what I'm saying. Is that immunity is gradually coming. Ordinarily, it ought not to come like this. They should have at least from 20th. But they've started. Here in Nigeria, you put the cat before the horse. Who is going to invite him? If you invite him, you'll be in trouble.
If you look at it, legally speaking, the part of it is that he is not being clothed with immunity. So if there's anything, okay, assuming, let us use it.
But politically,
nobody can touch him now. Politically and otherwise, nobody can touch him now.
We have to move on from this subject. We have to move on. Let's look at what's happening in the Labour Party. Tribunal, Obi's lawyers defy Apapa's directive over petition withdrawal. The case on Friday, the ruling of the court, where the court insisted that indeed it has jurisdiction.
Yes.
It can hear the matter.
They have assumed jurisdiction.
I'm curious as to what's happening in the Labour Party. Well, the argument of the lawyers, is it tenable? Vice Adams.
That is that they will not.
They're not answerable.
They are not answerable to Apapa. Yes, I agree quite. I quite agree with that position. Now, why am I saying this? Is this even though Apapa has gotten, an order of court, the court rule in his favor on jurisdiction. If you look at the following days or 2 days thereafter, the Abure faction, or whatever, let me use the word Abure faction, went on appeal. You understand?
Yes,
a notice of appeal has been filed.
Yes.
So status quo will remain. You understand? Status quo and tableland will remain pending when that matter comes back from appeal. Until appeal decide on that matter, this is my legal opinion on this. Until appeal decides on that particular matter, they are not bound, to hand over any particular document or files, or even go and brief what's his name? Lamidi Papa. That is my take on this one. You understand? Because those who briefed, I know it was Labour Party as an entity that briefed the lawyers that are going, for the tribunal matters. You have Labour, you have a P2B there. Then you now have I think two of them are the people representing that case for Labour, in the tribunal as the case may be. So those who briefed him, the authority that briefed him, until that issue is settled by the court.
Appeals. By the time they've
yes, the issue must be settled on who the proper authority is, as the case may be. You understand the point? It's just like I was in an office, down along this place in Port Harcourt. The landlord or landlady had a problem, with the kid brother in their own father's property. Now one came and said I should come and pay rent to him. I said, Madam, I can't pay. The other young man came and said I should pay to him. I said, I cannot pay. You understand? They went to court, and I told the magistrate court, this is what he said. Well, this is why I have not paid to any of the parties. You understand? The reason is because I have the money, and I deposited the money with the court. I said, I don't know who to pay to, because title right now, I don't know who has title, as case may be. So a situation like this, what I found that is that our Papa, for me, I don't want to use some, very unsavory and uncouth words to describe him. I would have said just a medicine interloper in this case, as the case may be, trying to destroy, what the people and the effort Labour Party has put in to reclaim their mandate. From there. That is my take on this. So the lawyers are not bound to, surrender the files to him or go and brief him in his office.
Do you feel the same way?
The matters are dismissed.
Well, on the issue of jurisdiction, whether or not it can be questioned at any time, it can be raised at any time, even on appeal.
But the court has assumed.
No, they have assumed. That's what I'm saying. Just to establish, for conversation and for the listeners. Now, there was a judgment, and the judgment of court, order of court must be obeyed. There is what to call judgment. There is what to call order of court. There is an order of court, and I think for us, stricto sensu, for us to follow an order of court, that must be strictly obeyed. And whether an appeal has been entered, you can file an appeal. If you file an appeal, it was a subject of jurisprudence in law school. Somebody may have gone to appeal. Doesn't mean that your appeal has been entered. You may have filed. Have you gotten the appeal number? Has the other party, has it been fully served? Because there is an issue of proper service. Somebody can say, look, I've not been served. Before you start maintaining status quo and value, you must begin to understand, has the other person been notified? And who is in the proper eyes of the law? Who is the chairman of Labour Party at the interim? Is a Papa. There's an order of court. So when they say status quo should be maintained, how?
Is it the same thing that applies with ASU and the federal government, industrial court?
Here's my opinion. And I think
is it the same thing, industrial court, court of appeal? Because when ASU appealed to the court of appeal, the court of appeal said, before we can hear your matter, you have to go back and obey the lower court.
The lower court. And that's why it's a precedent. There are various cases. I was looking at a case where in Ebonyi State, where the same matter came up. And the court said, look, go back. Go back and obey the court order. Now the question we're asking now, have they gotten Abure? He's a lawyer. Have they been able to enter an appeal? There's a matter going on now somewhere. I won't call it, but here in Obiabo. And I'm sure it's raising an eyebrow. The reason is that there was a judgment. It's a land matter. A judgment came. The court said, look, please, we have given judgment to A. B now went on appeal. The appeal number has not been, it's not been out. They only went there and brought, and they were showing it in court. The court said, look, please, obey. Where's an appeal court number? Have you been able to serve? They say no, but we've gone to appeal. Two things. So for me, in the eyes of the law, right now, whether you like it or not, Papa is, that's why he said, look, Obi will lick my wound. The lawyers ought to obey.
The lawyers ought to obey.
The lawyers ought to obey. We're lawyers, and we're in the temple of justice. So whether or not
not. You see, that's why I'm always having a divergent opinion. And I think this is what is obtainable for every lawyer. We must not dance along the line. And I think that in the wisdom of the court, they are superfluous to have come out with that judgment. The man said, look, he tendered everything. He said, look, the judgment was clear. And in their own lawyer admitted, their Buddhist lawyer admitted, yes, that they will follow the court. What I followed on Arise, they will follow the court.
Dr. Obidima.
But that they are about to appeal.
Just for me to wait.
The man you're asking now. belongs to a party.
No, it's okay. I do understand. But the fact that he's also here, the fact that Dr. Obidima is also here, beyond the legal argument, there is a natural argument. I do understand that natural argument may be biased.
That's right.
It may be biased.
Thank you for the public consumption.
But let us also hear that natural argument.
But I just want to establish that he's a member of Labour Party.
That's the bias.
You're a member of PDP. No, I'm not. He's a member of
all the allegations that will fly all over the place.
Yes.
This one is sponsoring. This one is sponsoring.
Yes.
If we are dragged to court to present evidence on all of these allegations, can we present evidence?
Kelly, let me come on this issue. In the first place, Apapa, long before the election, was in suspension. And his suspension has not been lifted before this issue of removing Abure. And when the court said Abure should stop parading himself as the chairman of the party, did the court give order that Apapa should take over? Was it pronounced when even the state chairman of the party came together and insisted Apapa from accessing the party secretariat? They're not with him. The point again, we should be asking, because this is an internal affairs of a political party.
Should we get into it, because that's where the court has been jurisdiction.
Excuse me now. Excuse me. Let me come, because they know. There are decisions. There are decisions on this.
The court has assumed jurisdiction. The court said, if you're fighting and somebody brings the matter,
excuse me, that's the man said. That is the judge. I read it. But the point is that what was the decision on this jurisdiction of political matter issue before now?
Okay.
So the point is,
I am restrained. I am restrained really to interject.
Okay.
The reason is this: the court has assumed jurisdiction.
Exactly.
The lawyers argued when the first order was given interim. The argument was you do not have jurisdiction to hear this matter.
Yes.
The lawyers, they've exhausted their argument, and the court has ruled in that regard to say we have jurisdiction. So if we sit here, from afar,
why not allow me to finish?
Okay.
That they said they have jurisdiction doesn't mean that a matter like this has not been before the court before, even up to Supreme Court. What was the decision of Supreme Court over this issue of parties' internal matters when it comes to jurisdiction? They should even tell us. They should enlighten us.
The lawyers,
yes.
That is when.
Let
me just clear. I'm sorry, you
Supreme Court has given that matter has been overflowed.
Oh, that is what I'm saying. Because I just wanted to clear him on that particular aspect.
Now,
what is what he caught right now is a different case entirely. Is it also the one you're talking about has gone and gone? I don't know if you're talking about Supreme Court. He said there's a judgment of Supreme Court. You know that I don't know. I've not read that judgment anyway. But if that is the case, that is long, gone and thrown out. But what we have right now is this: it is the court that will determine whether Abure or Abule, whatever the name is truly a member of Labour Party, or whether he was suspended, by the end of this year of Labour Party.
They've asked him not to parade himself.
You understand?
Not to parade himself.
Now, the point again is this: if the court assumed the decision and they have appealed the matter, what interest their Papa group? You have to insist. And it should also know that in this tribunal the law provides that even if a party withdraws, that does not mean the end of the decision. And the other party, in fact, can't even withdraw without the consent of the other party.
Okay.
I hope you are getting me. The matter will go on. I want to tell you, those who are sponsoring our Papa, we know that.
It is your problem.
No.
It is your problem.
They are going to fail. They will not fail.
You see, Kelly, what I'm saying is it has become a party affair. I'm seeing two party members. I'm not saying them. I'm always happy. Papa, they should obey Papa.
Gentlemen, I am the driver of this boat.
Yes. I'm not winning.
So let's comply, please. We have to go for the news.
Kelly didn't tell me there are party members. No problem.
When we come back from the news, we'll look at other issues. We'll leave this Labour Party.
They should respect our Papa. That's the last.
We know what the PDP.
Please stay with us. We're back in a moment.
This good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, has been indicted in a disbursement of 10.4 billion naira judgment debt settlement to beneficiaries. This came following the failure of the ministry to clearly render the account before the Senate Committee on Public Accounts. The indictment follows consideration of the 2017 and 2018 report of the Senate Public Accounts Committee chaired by Senator Matthew Hoejide. Following the development, the committee has ordered the Ministry of Justice to stop further disbursement of the judgment debt. It also ordered that the Committee on Settlement to the Justice Ministry be reconstituted within 30 days. The choice of the All Progressives Congress for the post of the Deputy Speaker in the yet-to-be-inaugurated 10th National Assembly, Benjamin Kalu, has justified the party's decision to cede the position to the Southeast Geopolitical Zone. The lawmaker representing Benda Federal Constituency in Abia State is of the opinion that the APC should include Southeast in the scheme of things now in order not to get another poor turnout of votes from the zone in 2027. In recent zoning arrangement announced by the All Progressives Congress APC for the leadership of the 10th National Assembly, Godswill Akpabio from the South-South was picked for Senate President and Baru Jibrin from the Northwest was picked for the Deputy Senate President. For the House of Representatives, the party picked Tajuddin Abbas from the Northwest for the speakership position to be deputized by Benjamin Kalu from the Southeast. The APC zoning arrangement, however, has not gone down well with many lawmakers, especially those from the North Central, who feel the zone has been ignored in the whole arrangement. The Conference of Nigeria Political Parties is calling on warring factions in the ongoing Labour Party leadership crisis to settle their differences and sustain the party's new position as a third force in Nigeria's politics. The CNPP gave the advice in a statement signed by its Secretary General, General Willie Ezugu. Citing the current fracas in the All Progressives Congress over the zoning of principal offices in the National Assembly, the umbrella body of all registered political parties and political associations in Nigeria stated that disagreements are normal among political parties. It, however, says the ability to resolve a crisis and move on is what is paramount. The CMPP further urges the warring factions and the ongoing Labour Party leadership crisis to pursue common grounds for reconciliation rather than resort to the deployment of propaganda tools and using the election petitions at various election petition tribunals across the country as baits to gain support. On the foreign scene, Sudan's Army Chief General Abdel Fattah has issued a directive to freeze the bank accounts of the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces Group and its affiliated companies. In a number of decrees yesterday, General Bohan also retired 4 military officers linked to the group. One of the affected officers is Brigadier General Umar Hamdan Ahmed, a relative of RSF Commander General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, who is currently heading a delegation of the paramilitary force for peace talks with Sudan's armies in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. General Bohan also sacked Central Bank Governor Hussein Janko and appointed Bora El Siddiq in his place. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning and thank you for your time.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Good day, good people of Port Harcourt. I am super glad to have you in this program called Agric Med Easy, sponsored by Benza Farms and Agro Allied Company Limited. My name is Angoli. And of course, like we always do, this program is sponsored by Benza Farms and Agro Allied Company Limited. We have different sections in Benza Farms. We have different services of Benza Farms. Originally, we deal in booking of day-old chicks, piggery, fishery, and production of fowl feed, Benza Ultimate Feed. And of course, we produce organic solutions and blood tonic, which is a super antibiotics that is used on birds for super growth. And antibiotics help germs and illnesses to keep very, very far away from your farm. Also, we deal on raw materials that we can use in production of fowl feed like corn, bone meal, rice dolls, KBC, KLC, just name it. Anything at all that is good. And of course, an ingredients for fowl feed. We have it in Benza Farms. And of course, recently, because of rainy season, we introduce, like we always do every rainy season, we have so many cash crops that you can actually buy to plant in your farms or in your house. We have fertilizers, we have pesticide, and all whatnot. We also train people on how to become successful poultry farmers and, of course, to be successful as well in agriculture. All this and more is what we do in Benza Farms. Now, today, we will be talking about the second edition of Benza Farmers Estate. Like last week, we did about the Benza Estate. Today, we want to break it down very, very well so that you understand it properly. But before we go into it, let me introduce my guest. Please, sir, introduce yourself.
My name is Reverend Dr. Ebenezer David Onochie, the CEO of Benza Farms and Agro Allied Company Limited.
My name is Dr. Gbadebo Isaac. I'm the vet doctor of Benza Farms.
Like always, I am glad to have both of you here today and this program, Agric Med Easy, because this is the second edition of Benza Poultry Estate. Let us dwell on it. Though we will be shifting from there to touch other angles in the Benza Farms, but today let's talk more again on this Benza Poultry Estate. And let me start with Reverend Dr. Ebenezer David Onochie. Last week we talked about this Benza Farmers Estate and we said a slot in this place is 7 million naira. Now that is a huge amount of money, although it is worth it because it's a huge investment as well. But if I do not have 7 million to invest in this estate, does it mean there's no hope for me? Or do you have other angles, other cuts for people who do not have this money in cash? How can they also get involved and be part of this wonderful thing coming up in Benza Farms?
Thank you very much. All we want to know is that together we will achieve great things for ourselves. It has been one man effort, but this time around we want to carry a lot of people along, what we call communal efforts. So In Benza Farm Estate here in Port Harcourt, we have a full package of what we call one-man ownership. That one is sold at 7 million naira. And what is involved is a one plot of land with 1,000 capacity poultry house with poultry equipment inside, plus 1,000 laying birds. All together is a package of 7 million. And when you pay this 7 million naira, we give you documents, put the birds there, you take a picture with us. Then our veterinary doctors and animal scientists will move into action to make sure that your investment of 7 million will start giving you money on monthly basis. That is what a lot of people are very happy with. But for your question, some may not afford the 7 million. So we now have what we call group ownership. And that group ownership is what we call 10-man ownership, where people pay 700,000 naira per person, one slot, or somebody may pay 2 slots. All we need is 10 of them, or the slots to be 10. Somebody can pick 2, 3 slots, somebody can pick 1 to make it 7 million. Then the agreement is written on their names. They own it together. What we are sure is that every month, as the profit dividend is coming, we are sharing it into 10. If the plate is producing 300,000 every month, we share it into 10. Your 30,000 comes to your hand every month. That is what we do. And to make sure that you out there desiring to have a subsidiary sort of income, to have another plan B source of income outside your job, you can invest in agriculture. And I want to assure you, egg are selling fast in Rivers State, and we want to produce enough egg where people can buy. And by your investment of 700,000 outside your job, your 700,000 will be producing minimum of 30,000 naira every month. Put it into 1 year, it's about 360,000. So in 2 years, your dividends have covered your investments, and you own the investment for life. That means from 3 years upwards, the money will be like somebody is dashing you money. This is how smart a lot of people are working. And that's why Benza is providing an honest relationship with you, that your investment with us is go and sleep. For men, professional men are working for you to make sure that your money multiply on their own.
Thank you very much. Now, young farmers like me, I'm sure that downcast you are feeling right now, you're putting it aside because there is hope. Now, you can actually be part of this Benza Poultry Estate by getting your groups together and then, getting a slot, like you said, and doing something wonderful with your money. Now, this opportunity is not just for a poultry business or those who are core agriculturalists. No, as a lawyer, as a doctor, as a teacher, as a market woman of mine, you can actually be part of this thing. You just have to submit your money, and your money, like you said, is working for you. So this is call for everybody. When you talk about diversification, I hope I got it that right. This I think is the major way for you to diversify, especially in this hard economy that Nigeria is facing now. All right, sir. We've talked about Benza Poultry Estates and stuff, but I want to ask, is it just for fowls? Do you have other segments that is working there, like fishery, piggery, and stuff like that?
All right, the head of our production department, the veterinary and the animal scientist, is here, who will assure the investors of our plan to have the best of piggery. If you want to set a piggery farm where you will have the best of professionals working, you can own a property at Benza Farm Estate, piggery section. You can own a property at our fish section. We're going to have fish section, piggery section, grass cutters section, and they will be well taken care of. So I would like Dr. Isaac to tell the investors, intended investors, how your team is ready to take care of any of their choice, even if it is snail, any of their choice, how it will be well taken care of.
Thank you very much. Actually, we didn't limit our destiny only on the layers and the umbrellas alone. We have other area of your wish. If it is a snaring department, if you want fishery, grass cutter, and all the other both poultry and livestock. So we are ready to give you a full support, so that at the end of the day, you are going to have a maximum profit on any area you choose at the end of the day. Although the estate is mainly for the poultry, it's not for private private houses, but it's mainly for poultry. And we assure you, whatsoever investment your investment you put on this estate, you will never regret it. All our team is a veterinary department. Even the workers are working; they are well trained workers.
Thank you. That is quite assuring to know that it's not just birds, but other segments are involved as well. Oh, sir, please tell us the address of your company and the location, and of course the phone number for those who are interested.
Our office is located at number 102 East West Road, Eriboro Mokoro, after Chisco Park or Mega Star. If you are coming from Lumokoro going towards Elios, but if you are coming from Elios going towards Lumokoro, it is after First Bank. You will meet a green roof lock-up shops. And that green roof lock-up shops, under it is where the Benza Farm office is. If you are interested in this property, you want to set the ball rolling, why not text or call my personal number for more details on 070-6162-1964. 070-6162-1964 on 070-6162-1964. 070-6162-1964.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for much of the explanation you've given. But an investor might want to know, how credible is Benza Farms? Tell us. Let's use it and round up.
Thank you so much. I start with the Benza Farms is duly registered with CAC over 10 years ago. We have our head office in Anambra State, Nnewi precisely. That is where the head office of the company is, with a big production factory where we produce feeds, and our poultry houses are there. Then in Rivers State here, we have already acquired over 112 plots of land at Ikolo local government, Isiokpo precisely, where we are currently building what we call modern poultry house, where somebody can own a property there, and our team of veterinary services and animal scientists are already living there to make sure that the major cause of setback and losses in poultry business, which is mortality and low production of egg, stops or eradicates completely. And why we said this estate is because our veterinary team can cover up to 50 buildings, make sure that things are working there perfectly. But if the 50 buildings are scattered, one at Lios, one at Lumosi, one at here, they may not cover it all. And at the end, you see that your workers are not doing what they ought to do. So we want to make sure that one of the biggest problem in production company is lack of supervision. So, but we have set up a modern farm estate where you can invest and leave professionals your investment to manage for you with ultimate carefulness, supervision, with sole aim of profitability. That is why if you intend to invest with us, go and sleep, because your money is intact. And we are working with insurance company that will take up the insurance coverage of your farm. Peradventure, if there is any natural disaster, or any act of God which is beyond human control, the insurance company steps in to tell you you cannot bear the burden alone. Remember, if you are interested, you can call us on 070-6162-1964. 070-6162-1964. Our office is located at number 102 East West Road, Eriboro Mokoro, after Chisco Park or Mega Star. If you are coming from Lumokoro going towards Elios, but if you are coming from Elios going towards Lumokoro, it is after First Bank. You will meet a green roof lock-up shops. At that green roof lock-up shops, under it is where the Benza Farm office is. If you are interested in this property, you want to set the ball rolling, why not text or call my personal number for more details on 070-6162-1964. 070-6162-1964.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for that assurance. Of course, Benza Farm is credible. Nobody should be afraid to invest with us. We are as plain as crystal, as the diamond, of course. But then I want you to know before we round it up that the only thing that keeps us going, overlooking the stress of life, is passion. And Benza Farms and team and the workers are very passionate about whatever thing they are doing. So whatever we bring to our way, we'll make sure we do it well. All right, this is where we'll round up today. Thank you so much for being part of this program. Till we'll come your way again. Be successful, be law-abiding. Bye for now.
Don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are.
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a petroleum engineer? Do you think I used to climb some tree alone in the village?
So you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria?
What
was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
It took time.
Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why,
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right. Thank you for staying with Today 95.1 FM. It's today's quest. Time checking our studios, 10:21 a.m. May 15, 2023. I am Kelly Ikemenjima, and we have, give and take now, just about an hour, 30 minutes or so to continue our conversation and have you join us as well on the show. All right. Remember, you could be part of it via text messages or contributing via social media channels. All right. Facebook at Today 95.1 FM. Facebook at Today 95.1 FM or Twitter at Today FM 951. Twitter Today FM 951. All right. And WhatsApp, SMS, feel free. Send messages to 0701 9339 962. Again, 0701 9339 962. Or let's just call the phone line so that when it's 11, we begin to take those calls. You have the numbers already. 0817 000951. Again, 0817 000951. and 0810-950-9510-950. Again, 0810-9510-951. So those are the numbers to call. Let me take some messages via social media real quick. Chile Edwin, blasphemy, police spokesman denies release of their killers. That's Deborah. This is not the issue, as this has become the practice that whosoever kills in the name of Allah must be shielded in this country, as the past cases have proven. And this situation must change, or these religious houses curtailed using the law. And then from there to Priestley Elechuku puts it this way: policeman chop slap is now a national issue. What about Nigerians brutalized by the police and those collecting money on the road? Belema Fibika, refurbished gas cylinders, next bomb awaiting to explode. I think I've taken this message already. Let's go to the SMS portal. Let's see if we have some messages there. Have you ever seen a policeman fighting or insulting another police man, especially in uniform? Police see themselves to be superior than others, but it's not good to fight a uniform man, especially in uniform. Whether police, correctional, civil defense, and the rest, Kuti should be arrested and made to face the law. Best from Emoha sent us that message. Another one here. The presenter, on obeying the pronouncement of the court concerning the Labour Party, please ask Barrister Wardi if the outgoing governor of the state, Barrister Wike, obeyed the Owerri Industrial Court before appealing the case. Terminal Blessing from Port Harcourt. Okay, maybe he has something that you're talking about that we're not aware of. So I may ask him. I may just ask him. All right, let's get back to our conversation now. We open the phone lines in a bit. I want us to look at a story that comes home. And it's quite a long one because the Punch really took its time to look at the different aspects of this. But as it concerns Rivers State, we'll look at it. Our panelists are still in the studio. Let me just mention them one more time. We have Barrister Asim Adams in the studio. We also have Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst, and then we have Barrister Chimene Mwodi in the studio.
Thank you.
As well. So this is a story. No fewer than 18 outgoing state governors will retire into lives of luxury with generous pension benefits despite mounting debt and unpaid workers' salaries. The Punch investigations show that the governors who will hand over to their successors May 29, 2023 would be leaving behind at least 3 trillion as debt for the incoming administrations. According to data from the Debt Management Office, the debt figure of these states included 2.27 trillion naira domestic loans and $1.71 billion as foreign borrowings. I want us to leave some of these figures for the sake of time. The outgoing governors include Nyesom Wike of Rivers State. Interestingly, he's the first one here for Punt. Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State, Udom Emmanuel, Akwa Ibom State, Abdullahi Ganduje, Kano State, Badaru Abubakar, Jigawa State, Bello Matawali, Zamfara State, Ben Ayade, Cross River State, Okeze Ikpazu, Abia State, who is fighting, or he says, I'm not fighting with you. His successor, Theodore Oji, who is now a senator. And David Umahi, Ebonyi State. Others would include Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi of Enugu State, Samuel Otom of Benue State, Darius Ishaku, Taraba State, Abubakar Bello, Niger State, Abubakar Bagudu, Kebbi State, Nasir El-Rufai, Kaduna State, Samuel Along, Plateau State, Aminu Masari, Katsina State, and Aminu Tambuwal of Sokoto State. The governors will be completing 2 terms of 8 years in office on May 28, 2023, except for Zamfara's Matawali, who lost his re-election bid, and will be entitled to generous monetary pensions, mansions to be built in locations of their choice, luxury vehicles, and domestic as well as security aids, among others, based on laws passed by their respective state houses of assembly. So let's see the breakdown. Okay. Also, top domestic debtors include Delta State with about 304 billion from the Punch report, Rivers 225 billion naira, Akwa Ibom 219 billion naira, while top external debtors would include that of Kaduna, Cross River, and Enugu State. Now, despite 225 billion naira domestic debt and $87.13 million foreign debt, Governor Nyesom Wike and his deputy, Dr. Epalibo Haribanigo, will enjoy generous benefits from leaving office as provided by the River State Pensions for Governors and Deputy Governor Law 2012. The law provides that 3 new vehicles will be purchased for former governors, and the vehicles are to be changed every 4 years. This is in addition to the payment of 100% of their basic salaries, 300% of their annual salary for furniture, free medical services, and provision for entertainment. Their deputies will enjoy certain perks, but they didn't mention that of the deputies. The pension law for former governors and their deputies was enacted by the administration of the former governor, Rotimi Amechi, and made other provisions such as 2 choice houses in any area of their choice in River State and Abuja, and 3 cars replaceable every 3 years for the governor. The law also provides that 20%, 10%, and 10% of annual salary of the incumbent governor should be earmarked for utility, accommodation, maintenance, and entertainment, respectively. Wike will be entitled to all these except he decides otherwise. However, Governor Nyesom Wike has been accused of owing teachers of staff schools owned by the state tertiary institutions for over 7 years. He will be handing over to a partyman, Simnalai Fubara, and has been urged by a coalition of civil society organizations in the state to offset the outstanding workers' pay before the inauguration of the incoming administration. And then it goes on to Delta State. It goes on to, there's a trending story of a governor, I think it's Taraba State, Darasi Shaku, that has asked for 2 billion, 3 exotic vehicles, Hilux vans for his security, his wife, and some of his aides. And that is, a lot of people are already angry about that one. There's Samuel Autumn, who is equally asking for that kind of largesse as well. And we heard last week that there was a protest by lawmakers. And the lawmakers were protesting being owed for 6 months. And then the lawmakers have said, since you are owing us for 6 months, we're not going to look at this request. This request will not be attended to in Benue State. But let's come back to this. We'll say that Governor Nyesom Wike is a beneficiary of a law enacted by the legislators in the state.
And the former governor.
And by the former governor, yeah. But the former governor told us that he doesn't collect any pension from River State.
He doesn't like money right from time. no, look at his system now. He doesn't like money.
All right, so let's look at this story for what it is. Should we be worried about what some of these governors will be going with? If you look at the way they have lived, the privileges they enjoy in office for 4 years, some of them 8 years, should they even be on pension? Pastor Wadi?
I would have loved to wash my hand like Pontius Pilate. He's a man I always want to refer to in Bible, even though he claimed he wasn't part of those that killed Jesus. But his actions, subduing him to be part of those that killed Christ. Well, clearly, what do you expect? Some of us are no more poignant. This is what is now, illegality has now been legalized. And of course, when you are living in a lawless state, this is what you see. I'm a very strong supporter of Nyesom Wike, and I'm a member of PDP. And by virtue of this benefit, laws that comes with a lot of benefit, I think for me, it is still within him to say, look, I will not. Now, looking at the vacuum in terms of the teachers that are being owed, I have looked at that matter, and I discovered that for 7 years, the matter has been appealed, reason best known to him. But I think there are a lot of things. If a government has benefited, you've been paid severance packages, other incentives, and all the rest, the question we should be asking again, is all these things necessary?
That is what they are going with.
Yes, these governors. That of Ishaku Deros, I remember that more than 35,000 persons have died in that state as a result of insurgency. I want to start with him.
That was Ishaku?
Yes. There was a time they had, in fact, on daily basis, And these are people that collect security money.
Security votes.
Votes and all the rest. Now, the question we should be asking again, apart from that, contract money, a lot of things comes to these governors.
Should we mention gifts? Because they're not supposed to receive gifts by law.
Yes. Now, let's even look at what the benefit of this law that they are going to, after you must have retired. Not even pay. That's a pension.
It's pension.
Pension. Well, I think this law can be challenged in court, because once there is a conflict between an act and the law prevails. It has not been tested. We are living in a society where collective action becomes a thing of the past. Nobody cares. This thing will not happen in Afghanistan. It will not even happen in Morocco. It will not happen in Egypt. I'm angry because I don't know what may have precipitated this, but the beneficiaries of this law, those that drafted it, are the people I want to blame. Because during the administration of the Chibika Amechi, actually we had a lot of, movements that seems to be so righteous. Administration that tends to be akin to righteousness. At a point, he said he doesn't like money. But infrastructures, things were moving on. And I was asking myself, if all this infrastructure was made by order of lamentation, let there be bridge, and there was bridge. Now, the question is that what will necessitate this? We have already launched, the state is even going at, the bankruptcy level. Because if you are taking huge amount of this, you look at some ministries today. I'm a supporter of Nyesom Wike, and I'm sure they should put me on record. If there are vices, things that are not right, I should be able to say it. Now, if you go to the civil servant building, it's almost at the comatose level. Secretariat. I've gone there. Some areas are not. In fact, the civil servants have been overwhelmed. The reason is that some of them are not even helping matter. Some of them goes home with the chairs. Nobody is even looking at them at the gate. So the porosity of people carrying things, government properties. But what I'm asking is that who are the people that are meant to write to government and say, look, ensure that they compel the government to do the needful. There is a grave silence. They are not even helping matters. Now, in the area of who questioned the National Assembly, the State Assembly, they have legislated on it. So it means that it's a law. And of course, the law empowers them to do so.
And it's from states to
That's what I'm saying, yeah. The law empowers them to do so.
Does it worry you that we don't even have the figures? The figures of, we don't know how much the governor earns. So if you look at the benefits, the allowances as mentioned.
You don't even look at that. Even the president, the last time I checked, when Bonfrey Joe, was the man that died, the former Super Eagles chairman, or what they call Stephen Keshi, when he died, we discovered that I was able to Google that his salary was even that of bigger than Mr. President, because he earns so if you look at their salary, they will tell you it's 4 million, 5 million, 3 million.
Maybe small.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, but that is not even the salary. These people are on their newspaper allowance can even feed Nigeria. So what I'm looking at, of what benefits? When the state has been launched to this level, go to most of these states today, they are at the bankrupt level. So if you have been bankrupt, you're not even thinking outside the box. Most of the states are not even producing anything. It means they're not even productive. So where they are taking their money is from the center. So what benefit? If there is a good assembly where legislations are being looked at, there is a referendum or plebiscite where the people can contribute and say, look, we've never heard of anything like plebiscite, where you even call the civil society group, the market women, to come and contribute. What we are seeing is that we have a rubber stamp assembly where some group of individuals are tied in a small circumference.
Would they allow you into their meeting today?
Is that what?
Would they allow you into their meeting today?
Me? Look, you see, the law permits me. You see one thing. You see, that's why I'm always afraid of those that are in the other party that are failing. Yeah, the opposition, which I know they will, in the next 20 years, they will continue to be opposition. We always speak the truth. Sincerely, this law is an apostasy. It is against, and that is why it has to be tested in the courtroom.
Speaking of testing, let me go
it has to be tested.
Let me go to Barrister Adams.
Yes.
You remember the case that Sarah brought to our attention recently? The ruling by Justice Oguntoyibo that just retired.
Yes.
And the judge said, while the Attorney General had said he can't force states because this legislation, it was made by the states.
Yes.
The judge countered him by saying, no, you are the chief law officer. So if there's something that is happening that is bad for Nigeria, you're supposed to complain. as the Attorney General. But you also realize that the Attorney General
it's an appendix.
Has not done anything.
He's an appointee of the governor.
The point is very clear. You know, Nigeria governors, 36 states, including the Minister of FCT Abuja, they are generalissimos. They are just omniscient and omnipotent.
You can't touch them.
You understand? And you see, they always, stay in that their Olympian height. It becomes a problem for you to deal with them. They are more or less like the strong men we have today.
Sanctimonious.
You understand? If you look at the way they behave like film stars in America. A governor comes out with a convoy of about 30-something cars. The least car there is about maybe 20 million naira. He goes home. He feels fat on, the treasure of the people. He takes his kids to, overseas to train them to PhD level as time and his tenure allows. Then he comes back. As he's about to leave, he now begins to bequeath to himself, how will I put it now? Some fleas.
Testaments.
Testaments that will enhance his living or continuous living in affluence, even after governance and government. I can really describe that as state robbery. When you look at governors who do not have conscience, look at a man should think that the social contract we have today is between you that we send there and the masses. You should be the servant, and we the people who send you should be the masters. That is why you find out of every election cycle. I've asked this question a number of times to politicians. You say you are the master the more you get to power. But when election time comes, you come to me to beg me for my vote. Then who is the master now? That means I am your master. But you have kind of juxtaposed this to become a state institution that cannot be questioned. Now, in River State, even as poor as Edo State is, even as poor as Benue State is, even as poor as Taraba State is, have you been to Taraba? Taraba, the Jalingo, the city is just like a glorified, village. Now the governor takes out 2.something billion naira to do what? Buy cars, post-retirement, this is the cars for himself. The deputy governor and his family and the governor's family. And he goes, people are suffering. People cannot eat 3 square meals in a day. Civil servants have not been paid. A lot of pensioners have died while trying to, go to collect their pensions. Even when you want to pay, you pay them in half measures. Now, I asked the question, I said, what kind of a country is Nigeria? I narrowed it down to the documentary this man, Professor Ali Mazrui, great historian, did on Africa. And I said that Africa is the most wicked place on earth, where leaders who are supposed to be servants reign upon the people, plunder the economy, and even subjugate the people to kowtow for them and lick their boots for them to survive. He went further to describe Africa and Nigeria especially as a Garden of Eden in decay. Because the sins that has been committed here in this entity called Nigeria, especially the state governors, is something that is thespian. Only in movies that you see the kind of lifestyles some of these governors live. A governor that cannot pay, he will tell you that the minimum wage is 33,000, that the state cannot pay the minimum wage, and goes cap in hand to meet the federal government and begin to argue with labor that they cannot pay the 3,000 naira. For instance, how many workforce does Edo State and Taraba State have that work for government? That the government will now say that they cannot pay 33,000 naira per month, even if there are 10,000 workers. But you cannot pay, you now take 2 billion naira to go and buy an SUV that is an armored vehicle. Do you think that God will ever forgive you? Unfortunately, every time they want to swear them, even on May 29, somebody will carry the big Bible, some carry the Holy Quran, and they need to swear to God. And they need to swear, take oath that they're going to discharge this mandate. I've asked. A lot of people, with glee, governors now move around, like Tarzan in the jungle. Most of them move around like what's this man's name? The most popular actor, a star.
The Indian mean of
you begin to watch them as if you are watching movies. Have you seen them? Some people go, they do stylistic dressing and pose for camera, whereas people are languishing and suffering in their state. So I will end like this: that the biggest problem we have in Nigeria is the governors. That is why you find out that they can kill for them to get to that position, because the moment you leave that position, it's a position that I'm not trying to demean an Okada rider, but I'm saying that from Okada riding, if you have opportunity to become governor, you can go to the zenith of the world and even hobnob with billionaires all over the world by virtue of the fact that you won an election. Most of them came there illegally. But so these are robbers.
Dr. Adams, does it worry you, or is it that the federal government cannot do anything? When the court says, the judge said in retiring, he's pained that till date, nobody did anything about that judgment.
Do you know what is going on? The reason is because there's a system collapse. Because now if you make a judgment, the judge has given his own judgment or ruling as the case may be. Who is going to enforce it? Is it the compromised police force? So who is going to enforce that? Now, even the governors, are you saying that most of them are lawyers? Some of the governors are lawyers. Some of them are PhD holders. They are well educated and well enlightened. So you find that there's a system collapse. And if you want to say, they tell you that, oh, look, I am not the one that started it. Somebody, enacted that law, and I'm benefiting from it. You now ask yourself, if a law is bad, the law, if you have good conscience, you can shoot down that particular law by, activating the state assembly to say, no, I cannot do this. I cannot. I mean, this is outrageous. Can you take an executive bill before the House for them to amend that particular law of the state? That look, how can I? Because I've stolen enough. But people don't have conscience.
We have to.
There should be honor amongst them to the extent that the ones who have stolen in Swiss banks, you still want to steal like the barbaric squirrel.
Okay, can we say?
You understand?
Can we say the one that you have allegedly stolen?
Allegedly, yes. Okay. Allegedly stolen, yes.
Thank you.
Let me not generalize.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
yes.
Allegedly stolen.
Yes.
Dr. Obidima, where did we sell our conscience to? Have we all sold our conscience? Because if you talk to some young Nigerians, even the older ones, they're waiting for their turn.
Doctor is a pastor.
Their turn for their man to enter, so that when their man gives them contract, they will not do the contract. They will eat the money. Their man will come and complain. It's your brother that will give that money for that contract. Go and ask your brother what happened to the money. But they don't prosecute that man they gave the money.
When I was giving my opinion on one of the issues we discussed, I said erosion of value orientation. So a lot of people appear not to be as worried as I am. And I see those their population is quite much in this nation having hope. They are prisoners of hope. There is nothing to hope about this country. I read something on social media.
I agree. I'm a prisoner of hope. I choose to be hopeful.
So there's something I read on social media, and it really made sense to me. That in America, the natural disaster, here there is this hurricane. You know, you go to Asia, tsunami. You go to, I think, Japan or so, earthquake and all those things, so many natural disasters. But in Africa, politicians are the natural disasters. You know? That's why we don't experience anything in Africa other than the problem of the political class. After that election, he reacted when I posted something on Facebook that there's nothing like anybody hoping that Nigeria will be recovered again. It's on its own. There's a name called Nigeria, but there's no country that's like a called Nigeria. The Nigeria you people think are being hijacked by criminals, or equivalent of what they can call the oligarchs in Russia. Russia has a lot of resources, but Russians are poor because the criminals came and hijacked the system and appropriated the resources of Russia to themselves, and that is what is emerging in Nigeria. And they are all acting in cahoots with those people that can look up to for redemption. So we are again with the people run to, except the people feel that they have been pushed to the wall, except that they have that kind of determination to crumble this structure that have put us down. It will continue that way. The conscience, we are talking about conscience here, they have sold their consciences to Satan. And like what we read in philosophy when we were in school, ethical hedonism. That thing you do, you are doing, and you get joy in doing
pleasure,
it.
extreme pleasure.
Hedonism. So that is exactly what we see playing out in our society, and we are allowing it. Do you blame them? The people are allowing it, and people are grumbling, they are complaining, they are not happy, their hearts are broken. Why these people are singing the song as if they pain them, it is sweet us.
It's our song.
It's
not bad. Everybody will not rejoice.
I hope you are getting my
God forbid.
The governors, all these governors that are doing all these things are singing as if they pain Nigerians.
I'm singing too.
It is sweet us. The governors.
I'm a chorister.
I hope you are getting my point. But one thing I would want to say, just one person's prayer, God, that every 3 years, you don't pray that they should die, but God, take them away from the earth.
So how would that happen if they don't die?
you see why they are praying that prayer? We are equally praying. I think the governors are not praying.
They are praying.
No.
How are they taken away from the earth
The Bible
if
said,
they don't die?
The Bible said God listened to the prayer of the righteous.
He came for the righteous. The same Bible said that he came for the righteous.
So the point I'm trying to say is that before they start enjoying these things, I'm not saying that they should die. God should take them away from the earth.
How would he take them away
So
from the
that
earth?
is the only thing that will crumble this laws. Okay? That is the only thing that will make people that will be coming to fear to implement those laws. I want to say this. Excuse me.
No, I'm not talking. I don't know why you're looking at me.
I want to say this. Kelly,
Yes, sir.
you can imagine how shameful it is mentioning River State, Akwa Ibom, Delta, oil producers, they owing this kind of huge, leaving a debt behind of the billions of now.
America owes.
America is owing. Japan is even owing.
Japan is owing.
Yes.
Let me.
Excuse me. Listen, there is no nation that do not, even individuals. But the point is that what do you leave behind? What production? Can you tell me? We're all from River State here. The production that had taken place in the last 8 years.
You mean the bridges and the road constructions do not count for anything?
I will respond.
I'm talking of production.
The
Excuse me now. Excuse me, I'm talking of production. I'm not talking of...
Is it not the kind of production?
That is a construction.
It's not
production.
The cassava plant, you didn't see.
Please.
What if we had a case of center table?
Kelly, I know where you're coming from.
Investment is going on.
So the point is that where is agriculture in the scheme of things in this state? Where is the economy thriving in this state? The so-called Gary processing that had not worked for a day. That had not worked for a day. Because if it had worked, we will not be porting Gary from Ebonyi, from Delta, from Enugu.
Where is Ogoni Gary from?
Yeah, but
it's not university.
Wait now, Ogoni Gary and Ikwere Gary.
Where are they from?
They are all university.
This thing now, what are you exporting anything? Even the one they are producing at that very subsistence level is not.
We're exporting.
It's not, where we exporting. Where do you hear? In any state, you hear that this Gary from River State. I want to say this, please, before anybody will react. It's painful. It pains me as a senior citizen or a senior citizen of this state. It pains me.
We have to open the phone lines in a minute or two.
Yes.
And I want to take reactions from what you have said.
Yes.
From Barrister Timenem and
He's taking over. He can buy credit now
the
for
point
this.
is that we are just there to give palliative to those who leak our physics. And they sing praises of you.
It's politics.
What is going to be the state of this state when you leave?
Okay.
The Nigerian masses have been
one moment.
Well, you see, I know that it was going to end this way. Like I said before, Kelly, I'm happy that you're putting us on the hot seat. And you see, the governor of this state, for those of us that are in this state, everybody will not be happy. Even in Kingdom of God, at a time, Satan came down. If you read your Bible very well, it will be very unsatisfactory for anybody to say, I've gotten the money. I am happy to be in this state. The reason is that government will not create job and give to you. You will make yourself employable. That said, should be established. Now, if you say whether the state is productive, the state is productive. For those of us that are traveling from one local government to another, there is no local government that you will not see any productive presence of this particular administration. I'm not here to sing praise. Go to where they call Odibo today. We have the cassava processing plant.
Is it working?
It's working. Wait, let me tell you. See, when you have
is it producing? Or we just
the
cassava from where?
Is it not when you bring cassava and come? People are bringing and things are there are farms.
That is not
Please allow me, sir. That is not production, sir. You're not an agriculturalist. The last time I checked you, you're a journalist. So it means that in intricacy, there are things you may not even understand in agriculture.
Okay.
Irrigation farm is on. Things are going on. I remember in River State here, if you look at the tenure system that we have here, lands are owned by indigenes. And with the Land Use Act already, government is saying if we are exporting, they're exporting Gary. He is from Ikwere here. Where he's from, there may not be farm there because of the nature of how we've sold here. Now, if you go to Emoha Axis, I can tell you from Dele, Iba, Ishopo, Elele, where in fact, I'm just mentioning Ikwere local government. Omagwa, we're exporting Gary. And not only that, fish. You see, one thing is that political party is one of the evil that came to River State, which that I have always said, look, God should touch the minds of those that are always criticizing this government. We must be very constructive and put our positions so that when people look at us, they will say, yes, there are facts to back up. Now you say, why will River State in Michigan? Go and check, Google the state of Michigan. Google the states in America. Not even America. America is even over-owing. They are even one of the states as rich as America. There is no country that does not owe. And I wonder why a state will not even borrow.
How much is coming out today when you talk about the national grid? How much are we getting? Even the one that is coming from Abuja. So why would the state not borrow? Today you fly. Some of us are here today in the studio. Before we used to be here in the next 4 hours. We are here to be here. But today we've crossed. We are here today, sitting out.
But so owing debt from loans.
Yes.
And not paying
these
salary.
loans are service.
And not paying salaries.
Yes.
Owing pensioners. Those are different things.
Please, you see,
if I please,
you have your time now. This is not court. Even if we're in the court, the judge will listen to you. You listen. Now I know you are those of us in opposition. People are worried. See, sir, my brother, those loans are serviced. I don't know how many of us are economists here. They are being serviced on monthly basis. That one it has been unchallenged, and I know we have an opposition in the assembly. In River State Assembly, we have those that have been antagonizing most of the executive bills. I can tell you for sure. It's a public document. I don't want to argue with anybody here. But that is what I do every day. I do investigative journalism. Now, that said, concerning, you asked about the civil servants.
Salaries, pensions.
You see, Kelly.
Gratuity.
I would have said you shouldn't cry more than they believe. My mother is a pensioner. She's more than 70-something years at the age. I've not seen her cry. I think the only challenge is gratuity, which they've started, as I speak to you.
Because the pension is coming monthly.
It's coming on daily basis. You see, one thing is that.
Daily or monthly?
On monthly basis. God forbid. You see, one thing that Christ always says, we should always pray. Because the enemies are, that's why the Bible says we should be careful for nothing. And that's the mantra we pray of wicked.
Okay,
these people are always creating one lies.
But some of us
are there to counter it.
You've also mentioned some of the things that
the civil servants are not worried at all. We are not at all. They are paying them. Okay. Because I remember the last time my mom sent me. He's not a pensioner. But he's a lecturer. I think we have brothers. I'm very happy that the brothers will tell you how much I'm very happy that
I'm very happy that Waldy is a lawyer, and I'm happy also that Dr. Obidema is here. We are all enlightened. The Constitution is very clear here. Now, when you go to Section 14, Sub 2B,
depending on where you're relating it to, is it
I'm coming. Security and welfare
of
the people is primus for any government that is in place, local government, state, and federal. Let me periscope River State. You see, for those of us who are not from here, we know more and who can assess you better. Because we are not biased.
No, you can cry.
I have traveled. No, hold on, sir. I have traveled out for years, and I came back to Port Harcourt. I have seen one or two changes here. Now, building bridges, beautifying the city for tourism purposes is okay, but for developmental purposes, there's nothing there for me. Infrastructure is not all about bridges. Welfare of the people is about the health, accommodation, or what they call housing,
electricity,
employment. If I have time, I will pick them one after the other.
No, not today.
Not today.
Can buy credit.
Okay, let me. I can buy credit to
yes.
Let me buy credit to discredit. You understand? So if you look at it, there is no employment. The only employment.
Don't say so. I'm employed.
I'm coming, sir. With due respect. I said the only employment that is known to us is the tax force employment. That is, you just get up and come to that's number one. That's number one. That's number one.
You know that
you can see
tertiary sector.
That's right.
You can see.
What is it?
Recently, it's going on.
How many percentage of the Rivers people employable ones that have been employed?
When we say there has been none, we're not arguing percentage.
See why I said.
We're not
okay, let me.
That's why I said they are all over the place.
Barrister, one moment. Barrister, one moment. There's also employment in the Ministry of Justice.
Going on now.
The employment that is in the Ministry of Justice, I'm saying that from the Bureau of Statistics, what is the level of it?
But there is an employment going on.
Okay.
I have employed people. I'm an employer too. See, let me learn. I'm going to
Doctor, one more.
Please, Doctor, just one moment.
The Bible said there will be 10,000 will be on our right-hand side.
See, when Amechi was in government, I'm not an Amechi fan.
See where he's going to.
We had primary health centers all over the place. I cannot see any particular health center that has been built by this government.
Well, they
I have not
inside.
seen the one Ameti built that has been rehabilitated, as the case may be. I know you
The one in my place is
cancer
working.
center.
The one in my place is working.
Excuse me, you want
The
to go to
one
cancer? You know that cancer is a high-profile illness.
The highest
If I tell you today,
information I've ever
I
heard
suffered
in my
cancer.
life.
I know what I'm saying.
Okay.
You cannot even go to that center to buy a card
because the
cost is enormous. You cannot even afford treating yourself in that center if you, if you are not endowed.
Don't shoot.
I don't know, Kelly. So many areas.
I think we should be coming here and we should be under oath. This time we come here, we should be under oath.
How about the mother and child hospital?
The mother and child hospital is not working.
Let us see.
Security.
Kelly, you see why I don't go to church?
We want people that
some of them are not.
One person at a time.
Let me say something.
We cannot all agree. We cannot all agree on the performance of the governor, but at least we agree that this pension thing is exorbitant.
Yes, very, very.
We agree that a governor that has served for 4 years comes back to serve for another 4 years, serves 8 years, should not leave office with all of these benefits.
Yes. Absolutely, yes, we agree.
Let's move on. Let me see if we agree on this one again.
We agree on terms. So
we have a to open the phone lines, but I want to see if I can take reaction to this story in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Electricity. NRC gives discos power to disconnect debtors after 12 days. I want to read the quotes.
Okay.
Customer Protection Regulations 2023 released at the weekend says discos cannot bill a customer for periods in which the customer is disconnected. It also states that discos must give a notice of disconnection to customers stating date, time, and reason for disconnection. The following conditions must be fulfilled before distribution companies can exercise their rights to disconnect customers for failure to pay their bills by the specified payment date. The payment date must be clearly stated on the bill. The payment date must be at least 10 days from the date of the delivery of the bill to the customer. Bills may be delivered physically to the customer's premises or by some other electronic means, including text messages or electronic transfer as agreed with the customer. The period between the payment date and date of scheduled disconnection for non-payment is not less than 2 working days after the payment date. The distribution company must verify from its record that payment has not been made by the customer before disconnection. I want to ask, all of these revision, is anybody going to check house to house how much power is received house to house and how people are billed by these discos? Pastor Wadi,
if we have a mechanism in place, a check and balance mechanism, like I use prepaid. I don't know of the people that have gone out of the medieval.
I use postpaid.
Okay.
And I know the pain.
That's what I'm saying.
Annoying.
Because whatever they give to you is what you will take. What they do is that because of the smartness of those that are now using prepaid, some of them are going to reduce the rate of the
consumption.
Yes, consumption. I don't know how they do it. Some of them are using expert. So what NEPA does now is that they check the same way they check the postpaid is the way they check the prepaid, because they've discovered that good number of Nigerians are now using engineers, experts to reduce the speed rate. So what they do is that they come to check the number of. But I've asked them, why are you not using that same way in the analog? The other, they said no, it's not their business, because sometimes people will just leave the light for hours. I think government will have to bring a law that will regulate the Gencos and the discos. The problem is that haven't sold it to private individuals. They come out with private laws. They don't care. Even when they come to your house, they tell you this is what you're going to pay.
But the NRC is a government regulator.
That's what I'm saying. The problem is that how are they regulating it? Do they even go to how many times do they even question? Customers cry on daily basis. We even write to them, the regulators. Say, please look at this, encumbrances. We are suffering because we are the end users. But at the end, you're going to meet the private owners. When once you go to have a meeting with them, they don't speak much. They tell you, please, we bought this from government and we have every right to fix whatever thing.
So it means that they are even the ones regulating it. What are the punishments? Even when there are infractions within the discourse, government has not come out to say, look, this is what we are going to do. I think we have suggested that we should go back to NEPA. We should go back. Because it is just excessive. Sometimes they come, you compromise with 2,000 every week. Like I have a neighbor who, what she does is that they will ask her, if you're owing 14,000, that she should be paying 115. There must be something in the account. Now the day she doesn't pay, they will cut her off. When she reconnects, she will have to pay 3,000. Sometimes they will call on phone, they will say, please transfer, because they send their boys down. You will see in those vehicles, they will say, please call for theft. Call this. If you call those numbers, they are switched off. So there is a huge compromise. So for me, it is something we have to go back. Because during those days when it was NEPA, you can just see the man directly and say, look, you know that he's government officials. But these guys come privately and they don't mind. They just tell you, like these days, those that are using prepaid, and once it goes off, you have to go back. Though there are outlets that you can buy it. But sometimes they question those outlets, especially when it's not being regulated. So for me, if we have government regulates direct and issue ultimatum, sanction them, because what they are doing is that when you send these food soldiers, they go there and compromise.
Okay, so that's your 2 minutes.
Yes, they compromise a lot.
Dr. Obitima.
I've said it and I will remind us again that we are running a society that the institutions are not working. We have very strong persons. How many times has the National Assembly passed resolutions stopping this estimated billing? It has not been obeyed. You know, there's a High Court judgment in Uheli sometime last year where some group went to court on this estimated billing by discourse. And the judgment is that they should not be these people again. They went on behalf of not just themselves. Until they provide meters. Why is it that they are reluctant in metering people, in metering houses? Again, transformers, whose property it is
the government.
It belongs to the discourse that the electric.
Yes, that's what I'll tell you.
Yes. No individual can own a transformer. I want to tell you, I hope the DP, I don't know what they call PH, whatever city, should listen. They are listening here. I'm from Umunduru in Origwe. For over 4 months now, we don't have light. Because the transformer broke down, they left us like that. I said we should repair this transformer. I said why? I told the people, the young men that are in the committee, let's do a letter through a lawyer to them.
Okay.
And possibly take them to court.
Okay.
That they should repair this because it's through that transformer they are collecting money. They didn't until recently. The community have to contribute money. Even 2 transformers in that community. And they are working on them now. Now, after working on them, they will still come and they are not playing their part. But what I'm trying to say is this. Both this, because they get more in this estimated billing, they gain a lot. They stay in their office and write. How many times have I even followed the law? And they wrote to them, come and inspect my house. Because the law permits it. I'm living there alone. But they come and bring bill up to something thousand. There is no AC.
So you have taken like 2 minutes of Bryce Adams time.
So in summary,
okay,
it's still that thing that runs within our society. Things are not done rightly.
Okay. Dr. Adams. Bryce Adams.
Yes, you see, what I feel is that the electricity industry in Nigeria is like a dark room. If you look at the PACN or whatever they call them, working to defraud the masses also working at cross purpose to defraud the PACN people, because most Nigerians don't want to pay for PHED, yes. Most Nigerians don't even want to pay for electricity. Now, the regulation, I don't know what they are regulating. Because they have stated that, okay, this is what is going to happen. Assuming the companies or discos now default on their own part, what are the sanctions that they are to get? Those are not stated. Now, they have over-regulated the industry, in my own opinion. Because you find out that before now, we were told that no NEPA, PHED official can come and disconnect your electricity, even if you are owing them some money, without giving you notice. That is what is on the NERC, Act and the regulations they turned out. That they ought to give you notice to disconnect you because you are owing them, bills, unpaid bills. That is for those who are using postpaid. Now, that has not been followed at all before now. Now, for those of us, because I converted from the postpaid to prepaid, there was an issue we were tackling before them in Port Harcourt here. A bill came for my flat, they said it's about 580-something thousand naira from the postpaid. They now transferred it to, my prepaid. I wrote a letter to them and I said, I cannot entertain that because one, estimated billing according to your regulation, because they said that before that if there is that they cannot do billing by estimation now, that all houses should do what? Be connected to the prepaid meters. But that did not happen. So how come now you are not billing me based on estimate when a directive and regulation has been given to you that you have to install meters in all the houses? It even got to a point where NERC said that for those whose houses have not been metered by prepaid, that they should never pay electricity bills. That they should not pay to serve as punishment and deterrent to the companies, to the electricity companies, as case may be.
Okay.
What now happened to those things? These are questions I'm asking. So it has been over-regulated. Let me use that word.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's turn it over to you, our esteemed listeners, so you can be part of the conversation. Let me just call the numbers, and then I'll begin with the text messages right in front of me. 0817-0000-951. 0810-951-0951. Those are for calls, okay? 0701-9339-962. Messages. Let's begin with the messages real quick, and then we'll just spend some more time with the phone lines. Kelly, those sponsoring Apapa to which hunt Obi's victory will regret their actions. This is from The Prophet. We'll take another one now. Kelly, good morning. We won't allow opposition hijack National Assembly, says APC. Opposition parties are on top of the mountain watching at you guys. APC members are the ones hijacking the National Assembly. Was it opposition parties that picked Godswill Akpabio as Senate President aspirant? If you fail to arrange your house, someone may arrange it for you. Thank God Ability at Table sent us that message. Let's move on to another one. Okay, I guess this is not for us, so let's skip it. Good morning, Kelly, and the guests in the studio. I'm Friday Olo from Choba. 18 outgoing state governors, including our own Mr. Quality Project, bequeathing old salaries, allowances, pensions, and gratuities to their incoming successors. We should have known by now that Governor Nyesom Wike preferred to invest in aesthetics, in improving the quality of, than to improve the quality of lives of the people. Aesthetics for people who look pale, hungry, and sickly is a huge paradox. Okay, thank you so much for reaching out. On minimum wages, I heard your guest talk about Edo State for the third time. Edo State is the only state that pays above the said minimum wage, and that's correct. I wanted to mention it.
You're right.
It's paying above 30,000 naira.
Yes.
Started from Oshomole government till date. Okay, I don't like the way he's calling my state anyhow.
He's from Edo also. It's my state. It's my state.
Okay, Posky. I want to, good morning, gentlemen in the studio. Please, there's a question I want to ask concerning the terminal benefits of governors as they leave in office. If any of you in the studio, or Chimenim and Kelly in particular, find themselves in the same office tomorrow, is there going to be any change from what is being condemned about the greed of these said governors? Who among Nigerians will enter into that office and work for the people and know that they are in fact in that office to serve the people and not there to loot the treasury. Let's leave the question as being rhetorical.
Thank you very much.
We'll take another one. Vice Chimenem, for the first time in history, I agree with you and your analysis. But what I did not understand is why, as a learned person, you chose to support this group of politicians who put Nigeria in the dark.
So I should follow the devil.
I want to ask if it's for your own interest alone or for Nigeria's interest. I can never stop listening to this station, especially when you people like Mr. Obidima and CAJ, Chinwo, and is there. God is, in his infinite mercy, will continue to add more years. Okay? Chinedu from Igrota, thank you for reaching out.
It's God that adds years, not him. Let him add years to himself.
Let's take some more. The LP barrister is deceptive. Health center in Rumolumeni is working optimally.
Okay. My own is working, Rumi.
Both.
Okay.
In the inside. Okay. Christomatic. Thank you so much for reaching out.
Doc.
Is it true? I think it was a friend to me. He's
a Labour Party employer.
Good morning, Kelly. I'm Henry Josiah from Oyibo. The cassava processing plant is in my community, and I can categorically tell you that this said project is the worst scam.
He's very far from
that ever happened.
He doesn't stay in the village. They are all in Port Harcourt.
And Oyibo at large.
They are all in Port Harcourt.
What is going on?
There's another one. Good morning. Please tell by Sachimenem that this program is a platform where views are given constructive criticism and not a platform for
these are my enemies.
You will not agree.
I pray against them on a daily basis.
That decrease from Obibo. Thank you so much for reaching out. And then finally, Kelly, you would have told us that you're one of the PDP spokespersons.
Kelly doesn't belong to anyone.
Allow the original lawyer in the studio to talk. All right. I'm not Chimedem. All right. Thank you, everyone, for reaching out. All right, let's go to the phone lines now and take some of your reactions. Today, 95.1 FM. Hello. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Morning to you, sir.
Sorry, what I want to tell
what's your name, please? What is your name, please?
My name is Johnny from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
What I want to tell people there is that, this program, sometimes when people handle this program, it's a program that we learned. I believe started from the time of Odili up to this government. All of them, the governors, they try their best. No human being can be perfect in all the areas. What I want them to know is that no matter what they may be, let their arguments be something that some of us, when we are listening, let their arguments be something that we can learn and observe something, at least to know something. Because I listen to other platforms like Red Power. When they do political platform, when these people are talking, it's not people who just came to the studio, say it's a doctor who cannot even know what he's talking about.
No. This is not allowed. If you don't, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay,
if you don't agree with their views, it doesn't mean you should insult them.
Okay, no, I'm not insulting them.
A lot of people learn a lot of things even from this program.
Yes. Please, because what I know, because something you hate today, it can be something that can heal you tomorrow. Where is Grace Fine-Bone today?
Okay, I suppose your point is made. Let's move on. There's no need for what you try to do. None at all. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Yes, Kelly.
We can hear you. Your name and where you're calling from.
Obed Chima. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Please go on.
My regard to Obidema and every other guest in the studio. Kelly, the obnoxious laws of the governors, that's what I want to react. And I have been consumed with thoughts on what the country is looking like. Because right now it looks like the country has been hijacked by greed, you understand, with such laws. And the worst aspect of it, Kelly, some of the governors are leaving debt behind. Like in River State, the current governor of River State, the index of our debt is about 200-something billion naira.
Okay.
Understand? And a law will be made to pay such governor a certain amount of money a certain numbers of cars every 4 years, clearly is unfortunate.
Okay.
Despite the fact that most of these governors allegedly stole from the people. Most of them, they inflict contracts worth billions of naira. Most of them, they own property, primitive acquisitions of property all over the world. And at the end, there will be a law. And it's a shameful thing that even some governors could not pay salary.
Okay.
It's a shameful thing that some of the teachers in this state are being owed.
All right.
For months.
All right.
And you are making a law that will pay such governor. And somebody there
okay.
from both sides of his mouth. It's
your point is made. Thank you so much. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning. We lost the call. Please call us back. If you can, phone lines are still open. We'll take those reactions as they come. I'm not sure we'll go back to any story. There's still a story of interest for me, but we need to take your reactions. All right. So again, 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning to you, sir.
Yes, my name is Robin Maja, the farmer. I'm calling from a tree.
Please go on.
Greetings to your guests in the studio. In life, whatever a man plants, a man shall reap. When I listen to discussions as regards the Gary processing plant, I weep. I'm not weeping because I will die of hunger.
Okay.
I'm already dying of hunger because the outgoing governor says so, that he knows I, as a river son, I am hungry. He says so publicly. River State government took a loan from Central Bank of Nigeria to the tune of 5 billion naira. Yesterday came to River State after disbursing that road to River State government to commission the Gary processing plant. People filled form for stock loan as regards that loan from Central Bank. I don't know if anybody was given a dime. And the Gary processing plant is under lock and key. I'm not against any of your guests in the studio who is speaking for the side of the government, but society is watching. People are listening. Government come and go. Odili was the former governor of River State. Today, you barely hear him speak. He's our elder. God bless you. I remember the matter.
All right. Thank you so much for reaching out. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Shady.
Okay.
All right. I want to call to make some points today about like most of the headlines that was spoken out this morning. Okay, let me just quickly say something. Like in a state like River State, I reside in this state. I was born and bred in this state. Now, when you go out there to use the state money, for example, the Lagos email market something, our governor donated money there, he built a law school in Bayelsa. Who is approving this money for this? And there is a lot to do with money in the state. Who approves this money to go out other states to go and do things that the state is not benefiting in any way from? Just an internal market money in one of these northern states, you donated some millions of naira. And you know, people are looking for money in this state to do something. On the other, they are paying some good pensioners and gratuity. Some people have not been paid salaries.
Okay.
And you go there to throw out the millions of naira. The state taxpayers' money. And let's come back now to what we call what they will go home at the end of the day. The governor you live for 8 years, elected you to serve them. Everything when you were in the office that was used was at the state money, taxpayers' money. Your health bills, your insurance, everything is covered by the state, and you're going home with this amount. Then a civil servant that served in the state for 30-something years,
okay,
is begging to go home with something meaningful.
Sorry.
How do we do this? I think that kind of things you have to put together, and whether it is by people in the law to look at it, I don't understand. You can imagine. Somebody put people service for 30-something years, you can't labor, you can't show for it. But a governor for 8 years, it's all the luxury.
All right, your point made. Point made. Thank you so much for reaching out. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning. Good morning, Gift. Welcome.
Good morning to my neighbor.
Gift, the signal is not clear. Can you perhaps shake your head or move from where you are? Let's see if it improves.
Okay,
hear me now?
Okay,
Hear me now?
go on, please.
Yes, good morning to my mentor, Go Bidima, Shwodi Shomene, everybody, good morning. So, Kali, yeah, thank you. Kali, let me tell us, anybody who is crying of pension and gratuity in River State, I must confess, we are making a big mistake right now because as far as I'm concerned, that gratuity right now is ongoing. The pension man that is the chairman, Ati, came on air, in fact, not just once. Kelly, you know about this story, over and over. The only thing the man is talking about, increase the amount. And it is not about Wiki. It has been there from the time of 1999, Odley, till Ameshi. In fact, let's go back to the records. Ameshi even beat his chest. To use a particular word, let me see how Wiki will even manage to pay salary. Talk less of embarking on projects.
Okay, Gift.
We forget so soon. I don't know the problem of, and the man has told you that as a person, if I borrow an error, that is just it. I agree with Wiki. He has tried it. Every money that he borrowed, he has tried it to AGN and the federal allocation. He is servicing those bills.
All right,
so it is other governments step in.
Okay.
That we are talking about. Wiki will tell you, the one I borrowed as Wiki under my watch, I will not leave even a penny. I will pay all.
All right, yes.
And we should be careful how we talk in public.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Today, 95.1 FM, good morning.
Good morning, my brother in the studio with your man and everybody over there.
Good morning.
Emeka from Owerri.
Emeka, please go on.
You see, this issue of a governor taking this emolument, do you know what comes into my mind? These people, if they can take it, you know, when you say retirement, what do you call it, the pension, it cannot be compared with your salary. Just a little, very little money compared to your, when you are serving. If these governors can allocate this kind of money, huge amount of money to themselves, after when they retire, they will no longer come to governor. Can you now imagine how much these people have been taken away from government when they were in power? This is what I keep asking myself yesterday when I had this news. If you can take a SUV, your wife, your free hospital, and everything, when you have retired, when you have come out of you are no longer a governor, then what transpired when you were in power and in office? Now look at the amount of debt these governors are holding. You know, in Nigeria, we don't longer value billion. Do you know the amount of money these people are owing? This state they are owing to wherever they borrow from.
Okay.
Where do they use this money for?
Okay.
What is because of the project in the 8 years? What is because of the project?
All right.
See, all this money is in those governors' pocket. And let me especially talk into the issue of Labour Party. See, Abata is just he just want to achieve a negative ambition. He's been paid. He's been paid by opposition party, and all of us know where they paid it from. Right. Look at it.
Okay, that's your time. That's your time. Thank you so much for reaching out today. 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Kelly.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to our in the studio. Professor Kelly, people asking for pension.
What is your name, please?
My name is First Lady.
First Lady, please go on. Please go on.
The governors are asking for retirement pension. For me, they shouldn't even try it because these governors, they don't have us at heart. They are just after themselves. What is this mindset do they have? All of them, almost all of them, they have properties outside the country, both in different states. Now they just want to come again to ask for pension. After they might have retired, they don't even care about the people. For me, it is uncalled for. They should not look at all this. It is not good at all. Look at the people are suffering. They don't have water, no light, nothing. They don't even care. They are just after themselves, everything themselves. For me, they should not look into such. It's not good.
Okay. All right. First Lady, thank you so much for reaching out. Let me go back to the SMS portal, take a few messages, and hopefully we can return to the phone line. It's 11:31, so that leaves us well over 20 minutes, okay, on today's quest. Good morning, Kelly. My landlord bought a transformer for his property. Yes, he can buy, but the property does not belong to you. It belongs to the government. My mother has not been paid her pension and gratuity since 2019 after her retirement. Francis from Eneka. Barrister, would you take it up?
You will be a good talker.
I was hoping you would take it up.
There are a lot of no, the issue of ghost workers. That's the problem we're having in there. So you can't take away ghost workers. Okay. No, she's been paid.
All right, let's go back to the messages. It's over 3 years, no light in MO, and PhD is not doing anything about it. But once the light is fixed by the people, they will come with past bills. That's from MOHA. We go from there to the next one. Good morning, all. Governor's benefits after office. God is watching. Hand join hand. The wicked shall not go unpunished. Dr. Obidima, you shall live long in good health and prosperity. Barrister Chimenem, change your ways now. There's still time. Tomorrow is pregnant. You say you're also missing Annie, seriously. Mrs. Osita from Umoparali. Thank you so much for reaching out. Let's take some more messages. Okay, it's quite a long one. Wow. All right, good morning, Mr. Presenter and the guests in the studio. There's no reason why anyone living or doing business in River State should suffer. Whether anyone likes it or not, there's bad leadership. How can a pensioner who has served the state for 35 years be paid this monthly pension allowance after 1 or 2 years and the arrears is not paid? How would one explain a situation where a state like River State, a major oil-producing state, cannot implement the new minimum wage, cannot even pay arrears of pension, cannot pay gratuity to retired civil servants, but yet at the end of the tenure of the present administration, the governor and others who served for only 4 and 8 years will collect huge amounts as severance, allowance, and pension and other entitlements in spite of the fact that they've refused to pay entitlements to ordinary Nigerians who are dying every day. Leadership is not all about flyovers and road construction. One thing leaders should know is that the payment of salaries and pension allowances and other entitlements help to boost the local economy. I'm saying this because I have a rural worker and I know how the economy works. Comrade Tam Noemi, thank you, comrade, for reaching out. Let's take a few more. KM Hosfall, good morning, everyone in the studio. Please, Kelly, for clarity, is Anya and Emmanuel Indukwe? No, they are very much part of Today FM. Anya and Emmanuel Indukwe. Emmanuel Indukwe is under the weather. All right, he's not feeling well. I said it at the start of the show, so maybe you missed it. Annie is somewhere in the building. Okay, Annie is somewhere in the building as well. And then we also have this one. Good morning, presenter. If any other state should borrow money, it shouldn't be River State. Kelly, just put together all the money this governor has received. It runs into trillions. So why borrow? Ifeanyi Chukwu, thank you for reaching out. Okay, so someone asked about Annie again. I just responded. Let's read this one. Good morning, presenter. If any other state... Okay, I think you sent this message, so we've read it. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. And then see how many more calls we can take. Maybe we would have just a peep at that final story. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Tommy.
Good morning. Can you speak up, please?
Yes, this is Tony Oswald.
Okay, please go on.
Yes, I just want to react to the proposal by governors to get some emolument or whatever. You know, I mean, these people are like you said, allegedly stealing in law. They're putting us in this situation. They're putting us in a tight corner. Why are they doing this thing? Why are they still doing this thing? Why don't they just leave us alone? Now look at the other time. At the state governors, most of the governors, they parting gifts. Made away with 1.6 billion naira. And gave the workers 10,000 naira. Suppose let's assume the workers are 40,000, which means they are only parting away with 1/4 of what a governor, one person is taking home. And if all of them are 106,000, I mean, one person taking what 106,000 person should take. But this is the height of callousness. It is uncalled for. This is really barbaric. I don't know what to do. I don't know.
All right.
They are pushing us to the wall. What kind of thing is this?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for reaching out. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning to you, sir.
How are people doing there?
Well, all right. Your name?
Can I talk with Barisa Chimere? I want to Barisa Chimere to remember.
What's your name? What is your name, please? What's your name, please? Chukwemeka. Please go on.
Yeah, you should remember the primary school that is close to his house, opposite to his house. Those days, we are little boys. Our prayer was to make this country to be great and to be truthful in whatsoever we do.
Okay.
So that prayer, I want to ask him if that prayer we have been praying in Winibo Primary School, if that prayer has been answered. Because I want him to know that our prayer have not been answered in this country, that we need a better leader to take care of this country so that our dream in those days will come to pass.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's you're calling him out, yeah? Okay, so let me tell you what the person said since he just walked in. He said, do you remember the prayer I used to pray as a child about a primary school right in your community?
Who?
The last caller.
I didn't listen to him, but just tell me about, depending on the prayer, because I prayed different kinds of
about
prayer.
a primary school, a certain primary school.
In my school?
In your community. That primary school is still like that.
The guy is, that's why I said most of these people, we really have to profile them. At after 11, we should be at work. You see, let me tell you something. You see, the primary school in my place, Wike has renovated. I went to CPS, Romapana, school 1 and 2. And I'm sure he was not even born. I don't know his age. See, you know, when these people talk like this, some of them don't even stay in the community. I heard his voice. I know he stays, he could be calling from Pakistan. The schools are all innovated. You see, when you want to kill a man, you give him a better name.
All right, Pastor.
And I think some of us are ready to defend Wike. If there is anything that is not good, I will tell you the governor has done this. Like I told you.
We're back to the phone lines.
He doesn't stay in the community. Let him come back. We're even doing installation.
Today, 95.1 FM.
The primary school is like that to get me right. I said that you should remember the prayer we always pray when we are in primary school in Winibu Primary School.
So what was the prayer? What was the prayer?
We need a good leader that will get us to our promised land. And you should remember all those prayers we'll be praying. You should remember.
Okay, so is it that the prayers have not been answered? Is it that the prayers have not been
answered? He knew that it
100%. And let me tell you, my brother, Kenjima, let me tell you, Wike deserves this loan. I have my reasons, and I will write it. I will put it in writing. Why I say he deserves. If a man has worked, if a man has a pastor, sir, you know, you see that's why we don't. I don't want to bear this name, pastor. It's a very big thing. But once I have my castle, there are things I won't do. That's why I say heaven, no, I will inherit the earth. See, my brother, Wike, there are people that when they work, they deserve. A laborer deserves his wages. Wike deserves it. Infrastructure. What has made India today is as a result of infrastructure. What has made Comoros is a result of infrastructure. What has made Mauritius is a result of infrastructure. What has made Angola today is as a result of what
This was what you
can't do without Obita. You can't do without Obita.
Of course I know, but the countries we are calling,
you can't do without Obita. Obita is even important. What I'm saying is that Mauritius is even the best place to live on earth.
Can we properly conceptualize this infrastructure? You know, when they talk of building bridges and
Kelly would have told me that I'm coming up with the debate. You know that I'm always ready.
Excuse me, please. There's what we call critical infrastructures. And within infrastructural this sector, we have roads, construction, bridges, electricity, we have housing, you know, we have water. Now, if in the gamut of what we see about infrastructure, and you take an aspect of it, maybe I mentioned about 6 here, you have 1/6. Is that a pass mark?
Okay, so is the measure?
Yeah.
The measure.
Because people think infrastructure is all about road construction.
Because all the aspects that you mentioned, it appears that this government they've touched it. The government has built houses.
Kelly,
for
don't
judges.
even
Thank you.
The government. One moment.
Yes.
The government has built houses for doctors.
Let God bless you.
Is that correct?
Okay.
The government has also built houses.
Is he looking for house?
For senior civil
Is he
servants?
a civil servant?
Is it correct?
I don't know.
Listen.
As a civil servant,
I
guy,
know.
go to town.
I know, Kelly. I know that you can sarcastically also make input in this thing. Yes, I agree with you. You have built for judges who don't need to has it to be built for them. The teachers, the primary school teachers, those days we used to have teachers' quarters. Where is it today? Excuse me.
Even civil service, you can't take over the civil service.
You had a moment to respond, so let him respond.
Judges are giving
Kelly is an ambush. This is an ambush.
Judges are giving SUVs. Please, can we say how many bicycles have been given to teachers?
Thank you.
Now, I was going to a television program the other day. I passed through to Ozoba. I said, who is clearing this mass? They say it's the governor. I said, well, they say another GRF is this thing. Where is the housing scheme for the people?
Okay. Pastor Adams, you wanted to say something?
That is the situation. You see, because when
everybody should be kind. Kelly, everybody should be kind.
If I listen to Barrister Awodi, I think that maybe I'm living in an utopian state.
Depending on where you're living.
No, I reside
depending on the part of Port Harcourt.
I've traversed, the whole of River State. You understand the point now? I said that for aesthetic value, yes, he has done very well. The bridges that have been built, because those are the very visible ones that we can see. For aesthetic value, very okay. If you look at the Rumola Bridge, the NTA, whatever bridges that have been built.
You mean the one-way bridge?
All those one-way bridges or crossover, whatever they are, for aesthetic value, they have beautified the environment for which they were built.
Okay.
But you look at, they've been bottlenecks. For instance, go to NTA Road. I reside around that area. Yeah, go there. They've been bottleneck. They have not solved any traffic or whatever, or even improved, that particular area to a conservation.
The problem we have on earth is
I have said also too that unemployment here in River State is very low. See, elitist employment is very low. Employment level is very low.
Okay, that's
employment is very low. Unemployment is high. Now, elitist employment is not employment that I want in River State. Two is the housing. Elitist building of houses for judges, doctors, etc. It's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about housing for common that I can afford, you can afford.
The panelist that seems to be the subject of controversy wants to say something.
Yeah.
Please go on, sir.
Yeah, Kelly, you see, I prayed God. I say at my centenary. In fact, from 50-something years, I will be saying, I just have to relax about politics because sometimes, it's good for someone to say the truth. You see, I stay here in Port Harcourt and I have been able to traverse the length and breadth of River State. Now, for housing, if you go to town, River State government has done something on housing. In terms of water, they just partnered with World Bank. It's going on. It pains me. Of course, some of us are living in the villages. Some of us that are in township, these things are going on. It's gradually moving to the village. Now, concerning infrastructure, there is a man. His name is Neto Argentino, the first president of Angola. He said for any city to strive, that development must start from city. And what are those developments? Today, people are now counting what are the infrastructure. Some of them are, Lisa, you're not an engineer. You're not an engineer. It's even for you to even start talking about engineering, you must understand the concepts and what amounts to engineering or what even amounts to infrastructure. Some of us are still, you can be a literate in education or in philosophy, but an illiterate in Swahili. You may not understand. Right now, I know what we suffer in terms of infrastructure here in River State. Some of us couldn't even move from one city to another. But today, for those of us that are heading to court, the High Court area, the Rumola Mile 1, those areas have been opened.
All right,
and I think if you look at the level of employment, during this
infrastructural development. Some of them are still employed directly now.
Which kind of employment?
Please, if not for anything, you're not from. You may not understand. You're not from here. You're not even from this state. You may not understand. You may not understand. I know Edo State is there now. You may not understand. You're not even from here. You're not even from here.
All right. Okay, so the mics are off. Officially now, the mics are off. The mics are now off. The mics are off. The mics are off. One thing is certain: we can never agree. We cannot agree on the parameters. That's for a fact. But so you people are not gentle, though.
The thing is that it's making the atmosphere to be positive.
Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's go to Twitter and take some of the reactions by Twitter. Chukwemeka Michael puts it this way. One of your guests is talking from his stomach, while the other one is talking from a standpoint of conscience. But surely one day, good will overcome.
Is he God? But is it to John? Who is it to John?
Another one.
That's not. He's not referring to you.
Another one says, I am Louis, puts it this way. Troops uncover ISWAP underground armory in Sambisa. The question is, how many ISWAP terrorists died during the raid? All right, some of the messages from Twitter. We have to go back to the phone lines. Let's take some more of those reactions. Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Mr. Kelly.
Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
What's your name, please?
I am Mascot.
Mascot, go on.
And I am calling from Port Harcourt. I want to greet my own elder brother, Dr. Bidimma, whom I have prayed God to make him live long on earth. I want to greet my friend, my very good friend, our younger brother, Barrister Chimenem, and the other barrister whose voice is like that of an activist. I greet all of you. How many times have I told all of us that the governors, I mean the 30 state governors of the Federation of Nigeria, are the problem that we have in this country? They want to get hold of the legislature, the judiciary in their respective states, the local government, and sometimes they blackmail the president. Like last time the president gave an executive order for the liberation of the state legislature, they went back to the president and told him that executive law is illegal. We will go to court if you don't mind what you are doing. These are the problems you have. Like by the time I'm saying, they act as General Elismo, Octopus, and the commander in their respective states. And the most regrettable and the disdainful, if not pathetic aspect, is that we have a lot of us, the ordinary Nigerians, who reach their boot.
Okay.
Who support them in every of their very selfish
Mascot.
and anti-people endeavor.
Calm down,
So,
calm
for
down.
me,
Mascot,
I'm coming back, that's how I
Mascot,
talk.
you're angry. You're angry, I can tell. Just
I'm
calm
not
down.
angry.
Just
That's how I talk.
okay, that's how you talk. Okay.
Yes.
Can you
That's how I
conclude? Can you conclude, please?
So, in conclusion, my dear brother, something must be done about the governors. And for Namibia Titi, our papa, of the, so who said is what? I don't know what it is. He's nothing but a hireling who wants to destroy the Labour Party.
All right.
And the people.
All right.
He will not succeed.
Okay.
Thank you, and God bless all.
Today, 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Morning to you.
I really want to thank everyone of you there. My name is Emmanuel. Good news.
Emmanuel, please go on.
We thank God for all that is happening in our state and this diaspora. For the Bible said one thing, that whatsoever a man soweth, he will live to reap it one day. So to those of you who are there representing us and defending
No, sir. No. You can't do this. Just react. What do you think? They have a right to their opinion. What do you think? React to it, please.
My reaction is God has a reward for everybody. That is just what I want.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. God will remain God. Let's not begin to preempt what God will do. God is God. All right, we'll take some messages now. We have to get to the concluding part of our conversation, really, because we're literally out of time. Good morning, all. I'm Noe from Ngboba, Umugba. Okay, in Omoma LGA. We will not allow opposition hijack National Assembly leadership, says the APC. Please, I want to know if those elected members from River State are among the opposition APC, opposition that the APC is mentioning, or are they among the ones to be favored? If they're among the ones to be prevented from gaining National Assembly leadership position, is Governor Nyesom Wike aware? I'm not sure where you were taking me to, and somehow I was just following you. I thought you were going to land. That pension allowances should be stored immediately and money channeled into development. Chooks from Port Harcourt. Okay, should be stopped immediately and money channeled into development. And that's the pension bill and what ex-governors are supposed to go with. Good morning. Chimenem did not quite state what is true. The school is still flooded when it rains, and as we speak, no toilet. I guess he's reacting to the case of your school that you mentioned that in your community.
He's talking about Apana Community Secondary School. And he's telling me about where I'm praying. I've never prayed for Apana Community Secondary School. He said, where I schooled at Okoronondo. Governor has renovated my school.
Okay.
And for that Apana, they've started, that's why I said he's very far. Let him come back from Pakistan.
Melody from Uniport. I blame God for watching pensioners suffer and die, waiting for their gratuity in vain. While all these governors who refuse to pay them live long and enjoy their own ill-gotten, immoral pensions. Even Governor Wike will deny some of the things Chimenem is defending on his behalf. The loyalty is something else. Okay, let's move on. Thank you for reaching out. Imagine the talk that he's supposed to be at work because he gave... Okay, leave that part now. React to the stories. The prayer for good leadership is to use... Okay, you're not reacting to the story as well. Greetings to you, Kelly, and the crew. It's most ridiculous. You don't agree with Chimenem's position. Agreeing that loans can be taken just because Governor Nyesom Wike is involved. I'm wondering what's the meaning of hypocrisy. We'll be building bridges on top of existing roads that will be termed building infrastructure, as some persons who presently and in the past has dined with the PDP should not be taken serious. Chile Edwin, that's your reaction. Good morning, Kelly. Please, which place in Port Harcourt town did Governor Nyesom Wike build houses? Say, I'll allow Chimenem to explain in his closing remarks. Uche from town. I guess he wants to go and find out the place since he's around there. They keep calling Chimenem. Remember that you are speaking before God and man. Be sincere. Okay, we have to close now. We have less than 5 minutes, so let me take your closing remarks. But I want to ask, this question has been just playing in my head. I know it will be ridiculous.
Yes.
Can the governors not owe in terms of the workforce? Can the governors create employment? Create a society, a state that is economically buoyant and still receive this sum? Is it possible?
It's possible. It's possible. Look, the assembly have the avalanche of power. The law has vested this power for them to legislate. And that is where the problem is coming, even if you take them to a higher court. But like I said, it should be tested in court, in the higher court. Because once there is a conflict, it's an act of the state assembly. So it can be punctured.
Okay, so let's have your closing remarks.
Now, my closing remark is that for the governor of River State, because my state was mentioned.
It was the only state we use because we're here.
Yeah. You see, clearly when a man has work, he deserves his wages. Remember, this pension law was not created under his tenure. It was under Amechi's tenure. And I'm sure he benefited. Amechi benefited so much.
So he has not received anything.
Now, he said what?
He said
he doesn't like money. Remember, he said he doesn't. In his address, when he was about to be made a minister. He said he doesn't like money. So, when this money comes, you won't see it.
Okay.
Even Nigeria is telling you that they are lacking money.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that does the governor deserve it? He has worked. For those of us that are living in this state, we know what it was in 2007 and 2013, 2014. We were in comatose. When I say in comatose, there was no infrastructural development. Some of us can't even get to this studio. I've been coming to this studio for over 11 years. So I know what it was like. Okay. So if a governor has worked, and like these loans are serviced, I don't know of other governors. They service it every month. So for me, he deserves it.
Okay.
And I think any eyebrow, any embargo must be lifted. Look, we are praying.
Dr. Obidima.
He deserves it.
Okay.
That's my prayer.
You see, with
60
time,
seconds.
With time, the governors have used manipulation and intimidation to cow the legislature. If not, in a proper system, they cannot have knife and nail as they have.
Okay.
And they've also weakened and destroyed the civil service. That's the engine room for development. There are processes of requisition and also approval.
Okay.
All those things have died down in the civil service. And in talk of employment is an environment is created for business to thrive, so that it can increase the volume of employment in that society. But that employing people in civil service does not mean employment. We still rank one of the highest as in miserable index.
Sadly, I have to move on to
River State.
What I feel is that
go to MBS and go
the doctor, the governors, for me, do not deserve what they call pension. I don't know what they call it, because in the first instance, they are political officers and not civil servants.
Okay.
That is number one. Number two is that they have taken enough, for the 4 years or 8 years they've been in power.
All right.
That it will be needless for them to begin to add more to what they have taken. That is the one there. What I want to advise them is this: some of them should go back to school. For those who didn't go to school, to become a professional in an art, so that when you leave government house, you go back to practice.
All right.
In the US, you find out that those who governors leave their politics and go into practice of law, architecture, etc. But in Nigeria, it's a different thing.
We have to go. First, I must say thank you to Barrister Sim Adams, who joined us this morning. Also, Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst, and also Barrister Chimene Modi. Thank you all for being part of the conversation. The news at noon, the world news, on Today 95.1 FM is next. Well, that's it on today's quest. I am Kelly Ikem Benjamin. Good morning.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
And
to stay connected all day, press 1. The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
A very good afternoon to you. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. I am Kelly Ikem Benjamin. The headlines. Moving on. 80 officers and men of the Nigerian Immigration Service are facing trial for indulging in the collection of illegal fees for the issuance of new passports and renewal of old ones. The Service Public Relations Officer, Comptroller of Immigration, Tony Akunemi, who disclosed this in an interview with newsmen, revealed that 8 other officers had been dismissed from service for same offense in the last 1 year. Akunemi says the disciplinary measures under the passport reform are part of the 3-point agenda of the present Comptroller General Issa Jere when he came on board. He also says the CG's 3-point agenda includes reforming passport issuance, tightening border security, and improving the welfare of the NIS officers. Former Kaduna State Senator Shehu Sani has asked President-elect Bola Tinubu to probe the outgoing government led by President Muhammadu Buhari. Sanusi said this while expressing worries over the local and foreign debt the Buhari-led government incurred in its 8-year reign. The Debt Management Office disclosed that the nation's rising debt profile is currently hovering around 77 trillion naira, and if the 23 trillion naira loans from the Central Bank of Nigeria are scrutinized, some of the loans obtained by President Buhari's government were reportedly used to construct roads, bridges, and other infrastructure across the nation. But Sani says the first step in servicing the nation's debt is to conduct a full investigation of the cost of the projects that were purportedly used for. The Conference of Nigeria Political Parties is calling on warring factions in the ongoing Labour Party leadership crisis to settle their differences and sustain the party's new position as a third force in Nigeria's politics. The CNPP gave the advice in a statement signed by Secretary General Willie Esugu. Citing the current fracas in the All Progressives Congress over the zoning of principal offices in the National Assembly, the umbrella body of all registered political parties and political associations in Nigeria, stated that disagreements are normal among political parties. It, however, says the ability to resolve a crisis and move on is what is paramount. The CNPP further urges the warring factions in the ongoing Labour Party leadership crisis to pursue common grounds for reconciliation rather than resort to the deployment of propaganda tools and using the election petitions at various election petitions tribunals across the country as baits to gain support. A civil society under the aegis of Defense for Human Rights and Democracy has expressed concern over the continued blockade at the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC on Aba Road in Port Harcourt. Chairman of the society, Clifford Christopher, who made this known in an interview with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth, says the roadblock is causing social interruption and traffic in the area. Christopher claims that a section of the road is now used by hoodlums to perpetrate evil on commuters.
The Defense for Human Rights and Democracy, DHRD, is concerned over the continued blockade of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC session of the Port Harcourt Aba Road. This blockade has caused a lot of economic, man-hour, social loss, and security concerns to commuters as hoodlums are now having a field day. DHRD therefore asks the Nigerian Police Force, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, and other sister security agencies to immediately vacate and open up the roads. Hence, the Defense for Human Rights and Democracy will be left with no choice to employ all constitutional and legal means to force them off the roads.
This is the world news on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After this break, more stories. Please stay tuned.
Every hour, the big stories break. Depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you for staying with us. More stories on the news at noon. A public analyst has criticized the Rivers State government over its 10,000 job creation in the state. Oka Chris Obinichi, in an interview with Today FM's Sandra Kenneth, says the job creation is coming too late, expressing worries over the welfare of the employed persons in a new administration. Oka recounts the cases of unpaid salaries of lecturers at the Ken Saro-Wiwa Polytechnic for 8 years, and also security guards of government primary and secondary schools in the state. He further urges the state government to fully implement its promotion to civil servants and pay up the old salaries of teachers of the demonstration secondary schools across the state.
The promotion of civil servant in Rivers State, though a welcome development, but time back, why will the government have to wait till the last lap of the administration before embarking on promotion, thereby running away from huge financial responsibility? Some of those who are on level 8 has remained stagnant. Same salary, same level, while the price of goods in the market has continued to skyrocket, causing untold hardship for the workers. Salary arrears involved here could be up to the entire revenue of the state in 6 months. How will they offset those bills? People should be promoted as a window. There are those who would have been at a certain level before retirement, but they did not get to that level because of the inability of the government to conduct interview in this period.
Moving on, a young man identified as Wante Bode has allegedly killed his mother with a cutlass in Eleme local government area of River State. Bode reportedly inflicted machete cuts on his mother after she refused to give him the sum of 10,000 naira which he had requested. A source close to the family told Today FM's correspondent that Bode had demanded 10,000 naira from his mother, which he intended using to purchase illicit drugs. The suspect was said to have used a cutlass to severely cut his mother, who is a teacher in a government primary school, for refusing to give him the money. The suspect was apprehended by the community youth and handed over to the police, while the deceased corpse has now been deposited in the mortuary. Reacting to the incident, spokesperson for the River State Police Command, Superintendent of Police Grace Ringekoko, who confirmed the incident, says the suspect confessed to the crime, adding that the Commissioner of Police, Okon Efyong, has ordered for the transfer of the suspect from Eleme Police Division to the State Criminal Investigation and Intelligence Department for a discreet and thorough investigation. Members of the Umogbo royal family in Elele Alimini in Emoa local government area of River State have faulted the purported election of a paramount ruler of Elele Alimini. Today FM gathers that amid a controversy rocking the stool of the paramount ruler of the community, Peter Wagbara, who is now a commissioner of police, has been reportedly elected through a delegate election as a paramount ruler of the community. Chief Joseph Oka, a member of Omogbo royal family, in a reaction to the development while describing the incident as a plot to cause chaos in the community, maintains that the stool of Yenwali Elele Alimini is not vacant and cannot be contested. Chief Oka calls on Governor Nyesom Wike and the paramount ruler of Emoha Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Sergeant Awuse, not to recognize Peter Wabara as the paramount ruler of Elele Alimini, but should recognize Ohad John Wone, who is the right person for the stool.
The stool of Elele Alimini is called almost two. The right occupant of that stool is Ohad John Wone, the present issue of Elele Alimini. That position is not contestable. It is hereditary. Therefore, everybody thinking the contested election as Royal Highness does that at his own risk. Elele Alimini, you have been peaceful all this year. We don't want crashes in Elele Alimini. I am begging the governor of River State and His Royal Majesty as the chief, the sergeant of Usito, the Philip Gap, any list submitted to him from Elele Alimini that somebody has been elected as Royal Highness.
On his part, another member of the Omugbo royal family, Emmanuel Oka, while accusing Wabara of contempt of court, asked the Inspector General of Police, Usman Akali Baba, and Governor Nyesom Wike to hold responsible those behind the purported election of Elele Alimini paramount ruler should there be any breach of law and order in the area. Emmanuel Oka insists that the position of the paramount ruler of Elele Alimini is not contestable or rotational, but a birthright of Umogbo royal family, just as he urges the members of the public to disregard anyone parading himself as a paramount ruler apart from Ohad John Wone.
Trying to hijack a stool that is already in existence, that is not vacant. The Royal Highness of Elele Alimini is Ohad John Wone. Peter, I want to use his police power to hijack a stool. He feels he has police backing. He will face the full weight of the law because he has added in contempt. Government of River State and Nigeria, the IG of police should know that if there is any crisis in Elele Alimini, if there is any bloodbath in Elele Alimini, these people should be held responsible. Elele Alimini is violent. The matter is in court. The contempt is two-sided.
In sports, Barcelona striker Robert Lewandowski has become the first player since Ronaldo Nazario to score 30 or more goals across competitions in the first season at the Blaugrana Lewandowski reached the mark after scoring a brace in his side's 4-2 win against Espanyol in the La Liga Catalan derby yesterday. The Poland international has now netted 31 goals and registered 7 assists in 42 matches across competitions for Barcelona this season. Ronaldo Nazario, who joined Barcelona from PSV Eindhoven at the start of the 1996 to 1997 season, scored an astonishing 47 goals and registered 12 assists in 49 games for the club in his first season. Meanwhile, Barcelona became La Liga champions courtesy of their 4-2 win over Espanyol at the game yesterday. Xavi's side now has 85 points from 34 matches and leads second place Real Madrid by 14 points with 4 games to go. In entertainment, human rights lawyer Femi Falana says he will provide legal services to Afrobeat musician Seun Kuti, who sought his intervention following the singer's alleged assault of a police officer. The senior advocate of Nigeria's SAN told newsmen that the singer had enough evidence to defend himself. Falana spoke after the Police Service Commission demanded the immediate prosecution of the musician, saying no one has a right to assault a policeman in uniform and on official duty, no matter the offense committed by the officer. Falana also revealed that the embattled singer will turn himself in today. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Senate has indicted the Attorney General and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami over the disbursement of 10.4 billion naira judgment debt settlement to beneficiaries. We also told you that the CUPP is urged warring factions in Labour Party leadership tussle to settle their differences. You were also told that a public health practitioner, Anda Potive, has warned on the dangers of sleep deprivation as a Nigerian chef, Hilda Abasi, breaks the Guinness World Record for the longest cooking time by an individual. From the foreign scene, we brought you a report that Sudan's Army Chief General Abdel Fattah has frozen bank accounts of paramilitary Rapid Support Forces Group and affiliated companies. And that's the news as edited by Prince Ajubo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send us emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on our website, www.todayfmlive.com. I am Kelly E. Kemenjima. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time.
Talk radio 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
Current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the world news on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.